Babe, you gonna close my door for me? So you'll close my door for me? Thank you. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Mic check, mic check. They not like us. They not like us. What's up? What's up, y'all, man? It's been a busy day, man. Busy day. I had to come on here and show my face, man. I know y'all like, damn, when Earz gonna go live? It's a whole bunch of trash on YouTube. Y'all like, what Earz got going on? Man. Been having to fucking do this bullshit here. Damn, why the hell is my damn mouse hacking up? Salute to the chat. Salute Iceberg. Yeah, man. Fucking OSHA training, man. I've been wanting to go live and talk some shit, but I gotta complete this shit before, I really need to complete it before tomorrow because I got a project out of town I gotta get to. I gotta go do a prison, y'all. So they making me do this shit again. Cause last time they said my shit something went wrong with it. Let's just say that. I was supposed to be in the system for this shit already. So now I'm back to it again. So I figured, man, I might as well go live. I can do this OSHA. I can game. I need something to help pass the time because we got 9 more hours left. So I say, man, I might as well go live. Maybe y'all can help me out with this last 9 hours. I can play some Hitman and I can do my OSHA. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no use of being bored to death, you know what I mean? Ain't no use of being bored by myself. Y'all come be bored with me. Y'all come be bored with me, man. Let's do some OSHA, man. Salute to y'all, man. Say what you say? That is some dry ass training. Yeah, man. Let me show y'all how dry this shit be. Hold on, let me play it for y'all so y'all can see. See, the sweet thing about it though, you can just listen though. You can listen. You don't have to just read everything no more. So y'all come in and listen with me, and I'm gonna play some Hitman while I'm listening. Y'all kick it with me. Y'all see what the hell I gotta go through. But see, this is gonna I shouldn't have to take this shit no more. After this time, I'm gonna make sure I get my card this time. Last time I bullshitted around, I didn't get my card. So when I was going on a new assignment, they like, yeah, where your card at? I'm like, shit, I don't fucking know. They never sent it to me. And I didn't get my certificate in the mail like they were supposed to. I mean, they'll give you like a certificate online. And I don't know what went wrong last time, so we back at it. We back at it. And I gotta do this because September or August, I will be in the Virgin Islands, y'all. After this project, I gotta go do a prison. I guess it's good to be working on a prison than in prison. And then we hitting the Virgin Islands, y'all. Workcation in the Virgin Islands. I think they say Saint Thomas or Saint something. One of those goddamn saints. And then possibly, I ain't putting this in ink. I ain't even putting the Virgin Islands in ink and carbonated stone. But cause I might decide not to go. Cause it is gonna be a little challenge being so far away from home. So I ain't never been somewhere away from home where I can't just drive home whenever I'm ready. You know, if I get pissed off, like, man, fuck this job, I just drive my ass home. So it's definitely gonna be a challenge to be away from home for a while. And then I'm supposed to go from the Virgin Islands to Trinidad. Not Trinidad, I'm sorry, Thailand. Is it pronounced Thailand or Thailand? Yeah, prison blueprints, man. I ain't never did no prison before, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. I never did a prison before, so this might be a little something new. Possibly. I'm gonna call you and talk to you about that because some things had changed with the Tennessee thing. So yeah, there was a change. I should have called him and let him know. But now if he want to travel, we still can. But yeah, the Tennessee thing changed up. My boy, he working on a Africa deal, so we're looking at maybe going to Africa in the next couple of years also to do some projects. But yeah, the Tennessee deal it changed. Some things changed up. But I'll let you know about that. It's Thailand. Okay, I ain't know if it was pronounced Thailand or Thailand. Said Thailand. He said Thailand is where Hassan be at. Yeah, that's where Hassan be at in Thailand. I mean, crucial, bro. I can really put you on, bro. You just got to start from the apprenticeship. You got to be willing to move around, you know what I mean? Shit, where you at is where the most work at, you know what I'm saying? But shit, I've been getting around the world, my nigga. I've been, you see what I've been around the world, like, I've been around the country trying to get it in. Shit. Yeah, I mean, if you really want to try it, shit, you just got to go through an apprenticeship. I have to get you on to something that I'm on so I can train you. But that's what I was telling mom boss with her son. Like, it's a risk, but you got to, it's just kind of being in the right place at the right time. And then you got to go through shit like this here. Let's go through some of this shit. And I'm not going to read this. I like that now they got it where they can read it to you, so.
Lesson 1 of 17. Introduction. True story, contractor shocked. Read this true story and think about what safety measures could have prevented
if he down to travel now, that's
in August of 2020, a worker was in a medical center to install new LED lights. He was up on a metal stepladder removing old fluorescent fixtures.
I'm gonna check with this. I'm gonna check with these folks. That's now the job that I'm about to go to here next. This jailhouse is gonna be in Florida. It's not gonna be in Orlando, but it's gonna be in Florida. But the shit that I'm gonna be doing possibly in the Virgin Islands, I believe they will be willing to bring on a apprentice. So I'm gonna talk to. They got to call me back to give me a certified starting date. They're saying in the middle of August, and we're working out all the details and all that stuff like that. But I know the president of this company, so I'm gonna talk to the president. He's gonna call me on the 10th. Yeah, he said he's gonna call me on the 10th. So I'm gonna ask him, will they be willing to take on 2 apprentices? And I'll see if Crucial want to come on and he want to come on. I'll see if they want to bring on any apprentices. Cause they're gonna fly you out. They're gonna pay for you a condo, and they're gonna take care of you, pretty much. They're gonna pay you a nice chunk of change, and but I don't know. I ain't never been to the Virgin Islands now, so y'all niggas get out there in the Virgin Islands and y'all can't goddamn. You go out there and there don't be a lot to do besides go to. Well, I know Crucial, he'll be all right. Crucial single, so Crucial gonna go to that beach and act a damn ass. But you gotta be willing to be away from home. I don't know if y'all niggas be homesick or something like that. Can't be homesick now. I get y'all niggas away from home. Y'all don't be crying about I want to go home. Nah, you don't need no passport for the Virgin Islands. We might need one for Thailand though. I mean Thailand. I keep saying Thailand. I'm talking about where Hassan Campbell from.
He'd never had training on electrical hazards. He thought if the lights were switched off, he'd be safe. He didn't think to shut off the breaker.
Hey, this
no
almost
one had
happened
turned
to me,
off
y'all.
the power to the
Hold on,
fixtures,
and
he didn't know to double check.
Y'all, this almost happened to me on that last job. Remember I was on that last job site and I kept telling y'all the motherfuckers kept leaving the lights on. We were supposed to move the lights so we could take the units out. And a bitch kept leaving the goddamn power on trying to electrocute me. Yeah, see, that's why you take these kind of courses, so when you're on a job site, you know what type of shit to look for. An untrained person would have messed around and went and tried to take that light down and touch that power, and pow, it's over for you. And these folks don't want to take care of your ass once you fucked up. They try to find any kind of way that they ain't responsible for, and your ass just out of work, fucked up. Yeah, this company that I'm going to, they definitely gonna they got work in all the Virgin Islands, Jamaica, Saint Thomas, the Cayman Islands, Thailand. Hell, the president told me, he said he took his whole family. He just took his whole family and moved to the Virgin Islands. Y'all, I'm gonna tell you the sweet part about it. It's tax free. Tax free. Let me say that again. Tax free. Tax free. I mean, it's sweet in Florida because you know you ain't got no state tax. But when you exempt from state and federal tax, oh yeah, sign me up. Only part about it, I'm gonna have to leave Lady Earz home for about a month before I can bring her over. Cause he told me to come over there, map out the place, and then possibly rent out a place. So I gotta go there. I gotta map out the place and find me a place to rent, you know, on my own, so I can bring my woman with me. Which ain't no problem. Hell, we might even move to goddamn if shit looking sweet. Cause I know the price of living over there is a little different than it is over here. Hell, we might move to the Virgin Islands for a couple of years. I don't mind moving the fuck out this country. If I know the money good and nigga just gonna stack up, hell yeah, I go stay in the Virgin Islands for a year or two. I don't mind staying. I like moving around and staying places like a couple of years, maybe a year or two. I like to move around. I mean, I done raised my kids. I don't have any responsibilities no more like that. So I can move around how I want to. So I might fuck around and move over there for a couple of years. Stack up my money.
While he was removing the old
Buy me some
fixtures, someone
property.
accidentally switched the lights on.
Oh, Lord.
A fixture shocked him and burned his hand.
Y'all see what this shit'll do? You fuck around and touch a fixture and somebody done turned the goddamn power back on, your ass be fucked up.
He fell off the
Cost of
stepladder.
living.
He hit his head on the floor and died.
Salute to you, Cappy Queen. Yeah, I definitely, I always want to be able to help somebody out, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how many people are actually interested in the HVAC trade. So, you know, when I was a teenager, I had no idea about no HVAC trade. When I went to prison, I had no idea about none of this shit. If I would have learned this shit before I went to prison, I would at least use this as my side hustle. I would have went to work every day and sold my damn drugs on the side. You say the cost of living, intellectual simpleton. They say it's kind of expensive over there, but like I say, it's tax free. And the company is going to be paying for my living, you know what I'm saying, and my transportation and all that. They take you to work, they take you to the grocery store, they do all that shit. Now I know after a while I ain't gonna want them to do that. I'm gonna want my own shit, but until I get the feel of the place and what's safe and what's not, you know, and all that. But I know they got some beautiful blue water. I went and looked at where the Cayman Islands at. That shit on the other side of the Dominican Republic. I never knew about that shit. I never thought about it. I thought the Virgin Islands was Jamaica. So, you know, that's crazy. But yeah, he fell off the step ladder. He hit his head on the floor and died. Y'all, a nigga can fall off a ladder and die, y'all. It can be a little dangerous on the job site. So y'all learning with me what's required on every construction site. This is OSHA 10, in case anybody want to know.
What could have helped prevent this tragic workplace death?
What could have prevented this tragic workplace death? Okay, y'all, let's answer this question. Somebody falling off a ladder, hitting their head and die. What could have prevented that? His company could have had written electrical safety plans. Oh, they're talking about the him touching that electrical wire. I'm gonna just tell you what I would have did before I look at all these answers. I'm gonna tell you what I would have did. As soon as I seen that I had to remove something that possibly has electricity to it, I'm gonna go find electricians. Y'all remember when I was on that one job and I seen those lights, and y'all seen how I walked around the whole building and found the electrician? I found the foreman, and I said, hey, come over here and make sure these lights are off. Because if I get electrocuted, at least I know it's your fault. And I can goddamn, but I'm gonna be so fucked up and probably dead, I can't prove that shit. But let's see what answers they got. So his company could have had a written electrical safety plans. His company could have trained the worker on electrical hazards. That might be the answer there. No telling with these folks. His supervisor could have made sure the breaker was off. That's probably the answer too. All of these answers, two of these answers is possibly right. He could have posted warning not to switch on the lights. Yeah, that can happen. You could do that. He could have worn rubber gloves or other equipment to protect against shocks. Possible. Oh, it said choose all that apply, so I don't have to just choose one answer. Yeah, I think all of these answers are right, so I'm gonna click all of these. Yep, that's right. That's right, y'all. Look at it. You say I had a job offer 3 years ago in Angola. Would have made 120K out there. My lady was too afraid of the hurricanes to go. See, that's what I mean, Muso. You gotta have. Now, shout out to your lady, but sometimes, man, you gotta have one of them women that be like, "Baby, go get it." You know what I mean? Because in order for you to get ahead, if you're not like an athlete or an actor or a rapper, in order for you to get ahead out here, you got to take risks. You're going to have to go and do something that you never did before. Any one of these simple measures
could have saved a life. The employer could have provided a safe job site and training on how to work safely in that environment. If the worker had been trained, he could have been alert for safety hazards.
Right.
OSHA's mission statement is to ensure healthy and safe working conditions. Improving and empowering workers and employees' morale, health, work safety, and productivity by providing the tools, training, and assistance is the main goal. Spend at least 50 minutes in this module to unlock the topic exam.
Right, Iceberg.
Then pass the topic exam to complete the module.
Right, Iceberg. So the guy got shot first. And once you get shot, you have no control over how you gonna fall. So once you get shot and you on a ladder, nigga, you gonna fall straight back. You get what I'm saying? And whether you got on a hard hat, now a person like me, my hair might save my life. If that was to happen to me. If I got shot, I'm on a ladder, I fall off the ladder, my hair might save my life. Because I have a little cushion. But say you a dude with a low haircut or something like that, and your head hitting straight to concrete, unresisted, yeah, brain damage. You fucked up. So the first thing you need to always do is if you on a commercial job site, any job site where there's been electrical already put in, and say y'all are demolitioning a job site or something like that, you're moving stuff. Like if you see that light is on, you know it's getting electricity. You just don't know exactly how much. But you don't want to touch no electricity, period. Fuck it. You don't want no little small shock, because you might be drenching in sweat. So of course you don't want no electricity hitting you at all. But if you're an HVAC or if you're a plumber or you're a pipe changer, never touch someone else's work. Don't try, just because you know a little something about electricity, don't go try to unplug in these people electricity if you're a plumber or if you're an HVAC. You go get a electrician and have them do it. That way if they electrocute themselves, if something fucked up, you ain't got nothing to do with it. Your job is to go the fuck home at the end of the day. Never touch another trade's work, because you never know how dangerous what it is that they're working, or somebody messed around and didn't do it correctly, and it can cost you your life or your safety. What you say? Yeah, you be busted to the white meat. Straight to the white meat. I like that they got where they'll read this shit out to you. Cause y'all, that's where
Lesson 2 of 17.
My eyes start getting
What
tired.
is OSHA? You probably already know a bit about OSHA. Most of us have at least heard of OSHA. See what you already know. Questions and lessons aren't graded. Feel free to take your best guess.
Okay, so they're gonna make me take a little quiz. Y'all help me out with this quiz. There's no wrong answers. They're not gonna penalize me for these answers, so y'all can take this test with me. I'm gonna answer the questions, but hell, some of them I might not know, so I'll ask y'all. Maybe y'all will know shit. I'm pretty sure somebody out here that took OSHA before, OSHA 10 or OSHA 30. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button, man, if y'all enjoying the content. I just figured I'll come on here. It speeds up my time because I get distracted real quick, but if I got somebody up here, if I got people to talk to and all that shit, I might get through this whole goddamn shit today because I got y'all to goddamn go over it with me. But by myself, I'll get distracted on watching something on YouTube. I might get distracted on working on a video. Like I said, I'll end up playing my game and then, it take me forever, but so let's check out these questions. OSHA is a charitable organization, a branch of the military, a private corporation, an agency of the U.S. Department of Labor. Now, everybody should know that. Definitely an agency of the Department of Labor. That's why we get protected, because we're protected by the government. That's why people are so scared to play with you when it comes to OSHA. When them OSHA people come out to a job site, I don't give a fuck who you is. That's the government. You better follow those rules. You say wanna or want? I don't know what the hell you talking about. Y'all niggas be sitting here. It'd be weird how niggas be sitting here for an hour waiting on me to stumble over a word or mispronounce a word. That shit crazy. Like, who sits there and say all perfect words and all perfect sentences? Especially niggas you never heard talk before. And they'll sit here and criticize waiting for you to stumble over a word, mispronounce a word, or make up a word. Y'all niggas listen to, see, this is what happened when y'all niggas sit over there and listen to that dummy so long. You can't even sit down and learn something because you're so busy trying to find something stupid. Yeah, everybody get tight when OSHA around. Damn, this is for people who want to learn something, not people who just want to be stuck on stupid. Come back. We'll come back. Trust me. I'll come back later and talk all kind of bullshit with y'all niggas. Okay, what I put in the title? Did I mispronounce something in the title? Did I misspell something in the title? Let me double check. I might have misspelled something in the title. Jeez, y'all niggas so petty and look for the dumbest shit. Who wanna do OSHA training with me? Yes, I put wanna on purpose. Who wanna? It's a slang word. Do you want me to put want to make you feel better? I'm just asking, bro. Do you want me to do it? Let me put proper English on here for the people who fucking are mad, who are English majors and shit. I put wanna on purpose, sir. That's not like, oh, I don't know how to spell want to, none of that shit. I put wanna, cause that's how we speak. Nigga, you want a cookie? For correcting that? I'm spelling it how I say it. I just do that. It's fun. But I'm gonna correct it, because I don't want the grammar police arresting me. Let me get the grammar police off of my ass, y'all. Who want to? Let's do it properly. Should I spell out with also? Is it okay that I just use the abbreviation for with instead of, or do I need to spell out the whole word with? I fuck with you, be more legend. I'm just saying, bro, y'all ain't got to do that Kwame them shit, man. We over here to learn something, man. I don't want to get in trouble by the grammar police no more, though. You know you gonna give me hell, I'm gonna give you hell back. Oh shit. Damn, I done. Alright. I corrected it, homeboy. I corrected it. We good. Yeah, I type in Ebonics. I don't give a damn. Like, cause the English language, it was taught to us by somebody who created something that wasn't there. Do we realize everything that we learn and we expect from everybody else it was created by somebody that we never met? It was created by people who had sick ass mindsets anyway. That's just like goddamn Biz 101 telling you something, trying to correct you about something. You be like, nigga, I don't want to hear shit you gotta say. You don't want niggas teaching you a language and you know they got sick mind fucks. You know what I'm saying? Like, language is just that. It's made by the powerful. It's made by the winners of war. So that's why I make up a lot of words. Shit. Who makes you more important than me? Well, I can't make up a word. Well, I got an understanding of it. But anyway, let's get back to OSHA. Because if I time out for more than 15 minutes, they'll restart me. So OSHA saves lives and protect health by, click all that applies. Developing safety standards. Okay, let's click that. Inspecting workplaces. We'll click that. Finding workers for mistakes. I don't know if they find the workers. They usually find the employers. I'm gonna come back to that. I don't know if I want to click that one. Do y'all think I should click finding workers for mistakes? I don't think that's one of them. Providing training programs. I'm not sure. Tell me, what the fuck kind of answer is that? What the hell kind of answer is this, y'all? I'm not sure. Tell me. Oh man, y'all don't gotta fly nobody out either, man. Long as they ain't, I'll let y'all know if somebody need to be flown out. Everybody should be able to enjoy the information, even if they're op. So OSHA saves lives and protect health by finding workers for mistakes. Do y'all think I should click that too? The question is OSHA saves lives and protects health by ... Choose all that apply. Developing safety standards, we know that. Inspecting workplaces, we know that. Finding, like, giving penalties to workers for mistakes. I don't think they give workers penalties. I think they penalize the employer. Because I've never been penalized as far as financially by OSHA. Now, they might tell your ass to go home. Well, I guess that is kind of penalizing you. If they make your ass go home. What's good, pick and choose? What's good, Carl Belton? Yeah, so if they make you go home, I guess that is kind of, fining you. So I'm going to click that. There's no wrong answer to this little part of the quiz anyway. Yep. Y'all, I had it at first. I wasn't supposed to click that finding workers for mistakes. See, I should have went with my first instinct. I'm pretty sure some of these questions that they're asking right now is going to end up being on the exam. We're not taking the exam just yet. States can have their own version of OSHA. Now, I'm not sure about that, y'all. Which it has the answer that says I'm not sure. Which is it? I'm gonna click that. States can have their own version of OSHA. We about to find that out right now. True. So states can have their own version of OSHA, y'all. That's something I just learned. But see, the answer was that they don't penalize the worker. They penalize the company, Iceberg. But they might send you home, so that kind of penalizes you because now you didn't make any money. Like, for example, I was doing the hospital in Atlanta. I did the new Emory Hospital in Atlanta. And I was doing it for the union. The local 85 union in Atlanta. One day, my OSHA supervisor came on there, and y'all, I had my safety glasses like this at the bridge of my nose. And them motherfuckers sent me home for 3 days. Look, I had my safety glasses on, but I had them at the bridge of my nose like this. And motherfucker came to me and say, go home. I was like, what? That nigga was like, go home and don't come back for 3 days. And then he sent that shit to, you know, my foreman and my supervisor and shit. And they was like, we can't let you come to work for 3 days because that was OSHA. I was like, man, that's bullshit, bro. I had my glasses on. You ain't have them on properly. I'm like, man, my shit was on. I'm pissed off, y'all. Because I was making, like, we working 10-hour days. And when you work in the union, every hour that you work over 8 hours, you get paid for that. You don't have to wait for 40 hours to get overtime. So every day I get 2 extra hours. I'm getting paid $55 an hour already as it is, right? So now I got to miss 3 10-hour days. You do the math. How much money I had to miss for my glasses not being on my nose where they were supposed to be at. I mean, on my eyes. Now, don't get me wrong. I learned my lesson when I was just in Kentucky, and I fucked around and got a piece of metal stuck in my eye, and my ass was out of work. I'm still down there, you know what I'm saying, recovering, my eye recovering. I got to go back to Louisville in another week or two just to get my eye checked again. Now, I got workers' comp for that, so I still got like, hell, $1,300 every 4 days, you know, being out with my eye like that. So, shit, I wouldn't, besides the pain and all that shit, the money was straight. But I wouldn't even, I would rather go to work than to go back blind. Y'all seen how I was when I was blind, y'all. That shit ain't no fun, boy. I don't see how blind people do it. Boy, I don't see how blind people do it. And that's the second time I've been blind. And that shit is agony. That shit is agony. Anyway, let's go on to our questions, because if I wait more than 15 minutes, this thing will time out. OSHA covers all workers and employers in the United States. I believe that's true. Well, all workers and employers? Yeah, everybody has to deal with OSHA. Yeah, that does sound, it's kind of a financial penalty, Iceberg. Yeah, you learned your lesson, Lonnie. So, yeah, I think they cover everybody, because even when I used to, that shit is false. Oh, hold on. OSHA covers many, but not all, workers, employers in the United States. We'll discuss that later in the Who's Covered lesson. Oh, I just learned a little something, because, see, I done been working at restaurants, and I see that, you know, they have OSHA rules. I thought they covered everybody.
OSHA's impact. The U.S. Congress created OSHA in 1970 with the Occupational Safety and Health Act, the OSHA Act. In 1970, on average, 38 workers were dying every day.
Damn.
By 2020, that number was down to 13. Injuries and illnesses are also down. In 1972, for every 100 workers, 11 of them had a work-related injury or illness. In 2020, that number was only 3 per 100 workers.
Damn. Yeah, you're right about that, Lonnie. Not them scrippers. They ain't got no OSHA violation. No, I think they even do have some OSHA violations, because like you can't have so many people in like a club, because it's OSHA hazardous. You know what I'm saying? It's a fire hazard. That's part of OSHA. Not being overcrowded, or you know, like where people are packed in there. They have that what they call it, the people limit in most clubs. So I think that's part of OSHA, if I'm not mistaken. It could be wrong. But can y'all think of anywhere that OSHA probably wouldn't be relevant? What kind of job would OSHA not be relevant for? I might need to Google that.
But even though things have gotten better since the 1970s, many accidental deaths and injuries still occur. It's critical for us all to keep working to reduce them. Every year, on average, 4,800 workers die from workplace injuries. 2.7 million non-fatal workplace injuries and illnesses are reported.
Damn. Now, y'all, it is necessary. You want me to Google it? All right. Let me Google it real quick. What's the best way to ask this question? What jobs do OSHA not regulate? Can y'all see the screen? Let me make sure. Okay, cool. Those not covered by OSHA Act include self-employment workers. Okay, so if you work for yourself, immediate family members of farm employees. Wow, that's weird. And workers whose hazards are regulated by another federal agent. For example, the Mine Safety and Health Administration. Oh, so if you're working in the mining shit, they get to regulate their own shit. That's crazy. Imagine you being a miner and you got the whole mining company that's in regulation of your safety and all that shit. Nigga, they ain't gonna give a fuck about you. They gonna always find themselves not guilty. The Department of Energy, Federal Aviation Administration, or the Coast Guard. Oh shit. Okay. So we learning something, y'all. What jobs are not covered by OSHA? Let's see. Federal government employees, state, local government employees, self-employed workers, farms that only employ immediate family members, industry for which other federal agencies have jurisdiction over workplace safety conditions, energy, mining, etc. Okay, we just learned something, y'all. We definitely just learned something with that question. A lot of people die on the workforce. A lot of people do die in the workforce. I ain't gonna lie. I've almost killed myself on a couple of occasions. Not many times. I remember my first commercial job, and this is where you got to be careful. And I think the most people who get injured or die on the job is usually when they first couple of years of working in a I know y'all don't have OSHA training. That's why I'm doing this video. Because after this video, everybody gonna have OSHA training. Now you still gonna have to go do your own shit. You still gonna have to go do your own shit so they can certify you, but you at least will know if you go on a construction job, at least how to be safe and what to expect. Now, when I first started working on new construction commercial, because I've always in this field, I worked in residential. But I know, matter of fact, let me tell you the first way I almost lost my life, and it wasn't nothing but God. See, on these jobs, only thing you need is God, to be honest, because it don't matter how much safety you do, fucking, if it's your time, it's your time. But the last job, it was right when the recession just started. He said, I'm a certified instructor. Hey, right when the recession just started. If anybody 40 plus, y'all remember when the recession hit. I'm probably like 23, 24 years old, but I had been doing HVAC for probably about a year and a half now. So I had probably no more like 2 years. I was working with this company in Richmond Hill, right outside Savannah, but the recession had just hit. The company that I was working for, they wouldn't let us work past 12 o'clock. Everybody had to clock out at 12 o'clock. That's how bad shit hadn't got. Imagine you working for a company and you got 100, 200 employees, but everybody only could come to work from 7 o'clock to 12 o'clock. Everybody got to clock out at 12. At first, it's cool. But after about 3-4 months, you like, damn, my nigga, I can't pay my bills like this. Either that or you getting fired. You got to take one or the other. So that's how it was around that time. So back to how I almost got killed. I'm working inside. We're doing an apartment complex. If you know what a lull is one of those things that got the forks on it. It's kind of a big truck, and you can put wood on top of it. So the lull was putting wood on top of the apartment complex. They had it above the front door. Y'all, I'm walking out the front door, but something said right when I was about to walk off of the front porch, something said, stop. I swear to God, I put this on my mother and my brother life. This is what happened. Something told me to stop, and I stopped. I always listen to the inside of my head. And like 20 fucking pieces of lumber all fell right there. And then they was like, look out below. But they didn't say look out below until all the fucking lumber hit the ground. If I wouldn't have stopped, all that lumber would have fell on me. I don't know if I would have died or not. I probably would have most definitely been paralyzed for the rest of my life, or I would have been fucked up for the rest of my life. I'm working part-time. Do you think they would have gave me the money they supposed to gave me? Plus, I probably had weed in my system. So I would have went to the hospital, would have had a little weed in my system. They would have told me, oh, well, since you had weed in your system, nigga, all them lumbers that fell on your head and you ain't had shit to do with it, nigga, we'll give you a little social security check or something. Hope you could survive. So shit can get real now. Shit can get real. I got to keep going because I can't let this shit time out. If you let it sit there for more than 15 minutes, it'll time out. So let's continue on. I'll throw out that little story. I'll give y'all other stories too, but I ain't got to give them to my all right now. But it could be dangerous out here, and it could be out of your control. That's my point. Take a guess. Compared to other industries, how common are workplace deaths in construction? I've never seen nobody die on the construction site, but I did see a dude get his arm cut so bad that you could see the meat hanging out of shit. I only seen it a split second because the minute I seen it, I turned around and damn near threw up. I don't know how he did it. I just heard the motherfucker yell, and I seen the guys trying to rush the dude because we was on the roof and they had to rush the dude down. This was like in my first couple of years of doing, on construction site, commercial construction site. And when I say commercial and industrial, I mean like a Top Golf, a mall, hospital, school, very, very big buildings. That's what I mean when I say commercial. If I say industrial, I mean stuff like warehouses, like y'all see me at in Kentucky, or I mean like theme parks, like out here at Disney or Universal Studios. That would be more of industrial stuff, or like what they call them shits, a factory or a plant, NASA. Everywhere has to have air conditioning, electricity, plumbing. Remember that, y'all. Everything has to have sprinklers. That's why trades are so important. Take a guess. Compared to other industries, how common are workplace death? Less common than in other industries? About the same as other industries? I'm going to say they're more common in the construction field than any other industry. Besides rapping. Right. I mean, multi-million-dollar projects. I don't go on a lot of projects that I go on. They $5-10 million projects easily. The pennies that they giving me and the people that work, they have a budget. They have millions of dollars budget just to pay us. The materials getting high, like it's crazy. Y'all seen that warehouse I was in Louisville? That was UPS's warehouse. They had a UPS warehouse right across the street. Every day I'm going to work, they had fucking 50 trucks lined up going out every day, supplying to, going out. They got a carrier hub in Louisville. UPS, man, they booming out of that bitch, boy. If you were like a driver or something, A delivery driver or something? Shit, nigga, Louisville, Kentucky, where is that for you? I ain't lying. Them boys booming. They booming around Louisville. They got some work around that Midwest area. I ain't lying. All right, so I'm gonna pick more common in other industries. Let me see. Yep, that's right. Construction might be one of the most dangerous jobs out there outside of being a rapper or being a rodeo clown or something like that. It's outside of just something that's reckless. You know what I mean? Like, you just trying to mind your business. You ain't trying to get hurt, but you can possibly get hurt.
Workplace deaths are much more common in construction than in other industries.
What's good, Jacob?
It's one of the most dangerous industries. Construction workers make up about 7% of all workers. But of all fatal injuries across all industries, construction workers experience almost 22%.
Almost 22%. Y'all help me remember that, because that's probably going to be one of the damn questions. But all the fatal injuries across industries, construction workers experience almost 22%. I guarantee this is going to be a question on that final exam. Damn. 22% of all the people. You say Dr. Umar gonna need he need me for those HVAC projects. That's what I be talking about, man. These niggas be getting these major projects. You got to find them. But you got to find the contractor. Or you got to become the contractor. I just switched to the commercial industrial HVAC industry in 2017. I need y'all to know that. So don't be saying, "Oh, Earz, you been doing this shit for 20 years. Why you ain't?" No, there's different areas of HVAC. My career has been broke down in like 5-year increments. I did change outs in service for about 5 years. That's when somebody comes, your air conditioner goes out at your house. Somebody comes there, take out your old air conditioner, put in your new air conditioner, might fix some duct and stuff like that. That's what that is. That's a change out tech. Then you have new construction, residential new construction. You build a new house, whoever comes there and install the air conditioning system. Y'all seen me do that for one of these companies around here that I did the 100 houses for. Y'all seen
This
that
is why OSHA's mission is so critical.
Hold on, y'all.
This is why workers need an agency to support their health and safety.
Hold on, let me pause that. So, when it comes to new construction residential HVAC, that's what y'all seen me do for that year when y'all seen me every day when I was working 7 days a week. I'll be working on Father's Day. I was working on Christmas. Y'all was like, damn, Earz. Y'all will see me work from day up to sundown or whatever. That was new construction residential. Me jumping in the attic, doing all the ducking, all that stuff. But when you it's one thing to know the work. The other thing is how to know the money. So the reason I did that is because they'll pay what they call a piece rate. And a piece rate, they don't pay you by the hour, they pay you to get the work done. So they'll pay you a piece rate, and then it's depending on you on how much you make from how you put it together. And that's how a lot of people start their businesses when you have a trade. You find contractors that will subcontract you to work instead of just saying, okay, you working for my company and I pay you X amount of dollars per hour. You find subcontract work and then you push that towards your company. So like I said, it's one thing to learn the work. Then you got to learn the money system. So, and that's where a lot of people don't know in HVAC shit. And it's kind of hard to teach people because sometimes you gotta be willing to take a risk. And sometimes when people have young kids and all that stuff, they can't take risks. And I totally understand. It was a while where I couldn't take risks. I had to wait till my son graduated to go out there and start taking risks. So a lot of people have to do that. You always want to try to get into a trade before you have too much responsibility on your hands to handle. So the goal of this course is to help you work more safely. The first module will get you started. By the end of this module, you'll be able to recognize types of workplace hazards, list your rights and responsibility, identify your employer's responsibility, file a safety and health complaint. That's what you need to always know how to do. Because when you have a complaint and you file that complaint, you learn that your employer cannot get try to do any revenge, try to fire you or nothing like that just because you file a complaint. But that's how you always get a motherfucking mind right when they try to have you working in a fucked up place.
This is why OSHA's mission is so critical. This is why workers need an agency to support their health and safety. The goal of this course is to help you work more safely. This first module will get you started. By the end of this module, you'll be able to recognize types of workplace hazards, list your rights and responsibilities, identify your employer's responsibilities, file a safety and health complaint, outline the steps OSHA takes to address complaints,
which is always good to know.
Now let's talk about a couple more aspects of OSHA's work, safety standards, and who's covered.
It's going to seem like
Lesson
I know most
3
of
of
this stuff
17.
Already, because I done already took this shit 3 damn times already. So y'all gonna be like, damn, Earz, it seems like you know the answers to this shit. Yeah, because I've been around this shit for the longest. And I done took this fucking training 3 times. But for some reason, my shit never get in the system the way it's supposed to be. And I always end up having to take this shit over. Y'all remember, I think about 6 months ago, I had to take this shit for an Indiana job that I end up not doing. I end up going to, I forgot where I ended up going to. All right, so let's get back to listening to this.
Lesson 3 of 17. Standards.
Standards.
Part of OSHA's mission is deciding what a safe workplace looks like. It describes that workplace with standards that employers must follow. Most standards exist to address specific dangers workers face every day, or they were created in the wake of tragic, preventable accidents. For example, there are standards that require employers to prevent falls, control noise to prevent hearing loss, limit exposure to toxic chemicals, provide personal protective equipment, PPE. Looking up standards. If you ever have a question about OSHA standards, or if you're not sure if a workplace condition might be dangerous or unhealthy, you can look them up yourself. Here's one of the standards you could find on their site. Let's practice reading the standard. You can click or tap the image to zoom in.
Okay, so yeah, this is very important because if OSHA did not have standards to what companies would have to do, and I'm going to give you an example. The first one says to prevent falls. OSHA makes it where if a ladder has any kind of default to it, you can't use that ladder anymore. So say you on a OSHA coming through, they see a ladder and it just on the side of it is say it's one of the steps kind of crooked. You got to throw that, OSHA make that company throw that ladder away, or they'll fine that company like $5,000 just because that ladder, one of the screws came out. So that prevents falls though. That can save your life. You fall off that motherfucker because that ladder was shaky, bust your fucking head to the white meat. A life is more important than, a job. Noise control, prevention. I done went live on job sites. Y'all done been on job sites with me, right? Y'all heard how loud it is. Y'all heard on that last school that we was at, the motherfucker with those jackhammers. Over time, that shit can make you deaf. So they need to be more responsible about making sure that you don't have to be subject to that bullshit. So a lot of whatever job site you go on, they are required to give you earplugs. Now, you're on real jobs, you're not allowed to have earplugs in, like headphones. You're not supposed to have headphones on. I'm not supposed to be going live with y'all and recording either. But it is what it is. I know somebody gonna try to call OSHA on me, but you're gonna have to identify a lot of stuff. And they gonna find the company I'm fucking with. And they'll be alright, because I work for a lot of companies, so. Yeah. Then you got limited exposure to toxic chemicals. Now, this one is tricky. So of course you ain't gonna be around too much toxic shit unless you like at a like a plant, some kind of plant or something that produce some kind of or whatever. But most of the time when you on a new construction job site, there's never been nothing there. But the tricky part is when you're at a place like how I was at that last job site, which was a school, and we're removing old shit. And you got other trades that are there doing shit like breaking up concrete. The stuff that's in that concrete is called, I think it's called Silica. It's something like, somebody in the chat might can tell me. But it starts with an S. But it's very toxic to your lungs. I was telling y'all that when they was breaking up that dust. That dust rips up it clogs up your lungs, and it's supposed to be unrepairable to your lungs. So that type of stuff you wouldn't know if OSHA wouldn't making sure that they don't put you in that situation. So what they'll do is they'll give you a mask, and that's kind of like a band-aid, but you need to really have a real mask for that shit. Y'all know how I be having that green face mask that y'all be seeing me with looking like Sub-Zero? That's because of the filter on there. I can always put that filter on my face, and I can put on a regular mask. So it's real uncomfortable, and it'll get hot sometimes, but it'll at least help me with my breathing and my respiratory and not get all that concrete. I want to call it, I can't think of the name of the shit right now, but it'll probably be in this lesson, what it's called. And PPE, that's your hard hat. That's having a highly visible shirt not asbestos, but that's dangerous too. Asbestos, you'll most of the time run into that in really old houses or really old factories and stuff like that. But they outlawed that a long time ago, and they've paid people to go through any place that's had asbestos and rip that shit out and replace it. The government, OSHA, did that some years back. It starts with an S. Yeah, let me pull it up real quick. Since we educated right now, it ain't gonna take but a second. What's the dust called that's silica? I ain't even have to say it all the way. Silica. Here it is. Breathing crystalline silica dust, which is produced when people are breaking up floors and all that. Yeah, the debris that comes from brick and the floors, concrete, is called silica dust. And it can create what they call silicosis. When these materials are worked on, silica is released in fine dust known as respiratory crystalline silica or silica dust. Crystalline silica dust can cause silicosis, which is severe cause, in severe cases, can be disabling or fatal. When silica dust enters the lungs, it causes the formation of scar tissue, which makes it difficult for the lungs to take in oxygen. So remember that. If y'all ever see somebody breaking up concrete, put on a mask or get the far fuck away from them, because that silica dust it tears your lung tissue, and your ass can be, fucked up. If you're working on a construction site, you make your employer give you a mask. You demand that shit. Anything concrete, brick, whatever. No, motherfucker, I ain't working around here without a mask. And they're required by OSHA to make sure you have safety gloves, mask, hard hat, and highly visible, attire. Yep, silica dust. How harmful is silica dust? Exposure to silica dust can lead to the development of lung cancer. Silicosis is irreversible scarring and stiffening of the lungs. Kidney disease and chronic obstructive and pulmonary disease. It's estimated that 230 people develop lung cancer each year as a result of past exposure to silica dust at work. So if Earz end up getting lung cancer, don't say it's from all the blunts I'm smoking. It's most likely from me working around this dust trying to get this money over a period of time in my life, but maybe. Hey, you gotta die some kind of way. Shit, we be smoking and shit, we be killing our damn self. At least might as well be making a living doing it, right? All right. This standard says workers shall use fall protection, wear helmets, be trained to prevent fires, use guardrails. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Standards. Here's one of the standards you can find. Let me play this. I forgot we stopped the listening, so y'all stop listening to me. Let's play what they say.
Lesson 3 of 17. Standards. Part of OSHA's mission is deciding what a safe workplace looks like. It describes that workplace with standards that employers must follow. Most standards exist to address specific dangers workers face every day. Or they were created in the wake of tragic, preventable accidents. For example, there are standards that require employers to prevent falls, control noise to prevent hearing loss, limit exposure to toxic chemicals, provide personal protective equipment, PPE. Looking up standards. If you ever have a question about OSHA standards, or if you're not sure if a workplace condition might be dangerous or unhealthy, you can look them up yourself. Here's one of the standards you could find on their site. Let's practice reading the standard. You can click or tap the image to zoom in.
Employees working in areas where there is a possible danger of head injury from impact or falling or flying objects or from electrical shock or burns shall be protected by protective helmets. So that's why you got to have a hard hat, because of 1923.100A from OSHA. It requires it. If anybody's working above you, employer must provide each employer. Remember that. Employer must provide each employee with head protection that meets specifications. Gotta struggle with that word, y'all. Specifications contained in any of the following consensus standards. Now, whoever gonna have fun with me struggling with specifics or specifications, I got it the second time around. So let's go. What's next? Uh-oh. Did I click out of that? Oh, okay.
Lesson 3 of 17. Standards. Part of OSHA's mission is deciding what a safe workplace looks like. It describes that workplace with standards that employers must follow. Most standards exist to address specific dangers workers face every day. or they were created in the wake of tragic, preventable accidents. For example, there are standards that require employers to prevent falls, control noise to prevent hearing loss, limit exposure to toxic chemicals, provide personal protective equipment, PPE. Looking up standards. If you ever have a question about OSHA standards, or if you're not sure if a workplace condition might be dangerous or unhealthy, you can look them up yourself. Here's one of the standards you could find on their site. Let's practice reading the standard. You can click or tap the image to zoom in.
And you're 100% right about that, Lion Locks. Sometimes when y'all put that heat on shit, like if they got y'all welding something like in reverse, because you know some y'all weld to make shit stick together, and sometimes y'all have to unweld some shit to make it come apart too. Like if it's existing, and if it was a certain type of gas that was in that shit when y'all unwelding that shit, oh yeah, that could be very dangerous. And I'm gonna tell you something else I always been scared of welding. Shit, like your eye health when it comes to welding also. You know, looking at that light and all that shit over time. Man, shout out to the welders, man. Y'all definitely got a hard job. Y'all definitely get that check too, boy. These standards says workers shall use fall protection, wear helmets, be trained to prevent fire, use guardrails. I'm going to say wear helmets. I think it's asking me about this question right here. This standard right here. If you see this standard in the OSHA part, it's asking me, this standard says workers too shall ... wear helmets. Because it's telling you about employees working in areas where it's possible danger of head injury from impact or falling or flying objects or from electrical shock or burn should be protected by preventive helmets, and then an employer must provide each employee with head protection that meets specifications contained in any of the following census standards. So I'm assuming that this answer is going to be wear your damn helmet. Right? Common sense.
You can find standards quickly online.
Salute, Lord King.
OSHA has a searchable database on their site.
Hey, Lord
You
King.
probably won't need to search for standards.
At least, man, when you need me to come do some work up there and fill it for you, at least you know I got my OSHA shit now. I'm taking OSHA live with y'all because these motherfuckers keep fucking me out of my OSHA. They keep saying I ain't took it when I know damn well I done took it. And they ain't send my certification. They ain't send my certificate. And then I don't pay it no attention because I just go to work thinking that I got it. And then I get ready, another contractor say, you got your OSHA already? And I'm like, yeah. Okay, send it over to me. I'm like, oh shit, I ain't never get it in the damn email. I ain't never get my card. Now here I am taking the shit yet again. So now I got it on record. But I figured, hey, since I'm doing it again, man, y'all come and join me. Y'all can learn something. I could teach y'all from experience and from what they actually say. Because, like I said, I've been on every type of HVAC job outside of refrigeration. Now that's the field that I haven't been in, like refrigeration when it comes to like chillers. Like say you're going to a grocery store and y'all know how, you know, the little coolers and all that shit. That's HVAC also, but that's the R in HVAC/R. So you can be in that field too. I've never been in that field. Now I have been in the field as far as just installing and running the pipe, but never in checking like the freon lines and the pressures and all that stuff like that. You know, it's only so much you learn in certain areas. Like I said, I've been in all areas, but I never mastered one area, which is it's a double-edged sword. But I feel like I'm in a great position. What you said? Welding or HVAC? I don't know. I can't recommend one or the other because I know some dudes that are welders and they love what they do. You know what I mean? And I've never been a welder, so I don't know. I've seen some welders, and boy, whew, boy, them boys gotta have some heart. You gotta have some heart to be a welder, cause you gonna be in some fucked up situations. And welders, they work long hours. Like the welders I've always worked around, them niggas working 10, 12 hours a day. But they in some great ass unions, and they get paid a lot of money. But you better have some stamina, because they gonna work the hell out your motherfucking ass. They both pay well, but it just depends. It depends on the person. A HVAC guy, depending on what field of HVAC you in. Because if you in the commercial new construction, you better be in good health. You better be able to move around a lot. Welding, you probably get to stay in the same spot a lot, but you might be in an uncomfortable spot because them welders be having to wear some heavy duty equipment while they're doing their job. As HVAC, you ain't gotta have on extra equipment. But you still gotta move around a lot. You might have to go up 20 flights of stairs sometimes. Like when I was doing the Atlanta job, that hospital was 24 floors. Sometimes the elevator ain't coming, so you might have to go up 4 floors. But the bulk host, it might be on the 20th floor, and you done missed it. So it just depends on your body. If you're a mover around, you got like moving around and not a lot, you might want to do welding. If you're a guy that not move around a lot. If you're a guy that like to do moving around a lot, you might like HVAC. But welding, I've never done it, but from what I've seen, which is harder to learn, I think HVAC might be harder to learn. HVAC, because HVAC, you could be doing HVAC for 10, 15 years and shit that you ain't ran across. Now, and then the thing about HVAC, and it's depend on what field you in. Depends on what field you in. Because I know guys that learned HVAC, as far as like technical wise, within 2 years. Like for example, my homeboy Chris, he learned from the bottom up. In 10 years, he owns his own business, and he still learn new shit every day though. It's not like it kind of got to be in you as far as like being technical. Now as far as welding, I think you can learn welding. It's a technique to welding, and once you get certified, I think you've learned everything you need to know to do the job. When it comes to HVAC, you could be doing it for 30 years and still run into new shit because it's always changing. I don't know if that's too long-winded or a little too tricky, but it's always changing. Because like when they switch from R22 refrigeration to 410, and now they about to switch it again, you always got to go get recertified. You always got to relearn some shit. That's if you're doing the service part. Now, if you're doing like the install part, reading blueprints, it could take a little while to get used to reading blueprints. It took me about 3 years to learn reading blueprints. So, like I say, it just depends on what you prefer. Which is harder to learn? I can't answer that because I never did welding, but I think it's probably more HVAC if you want to know which is harder to learn. Because it takes longer to learn HVAC, but there's a lot of shit to it. A lot of shit to it.
Lesson 4 of 17. Who's covered? OSHA covers the 50 states and certain territories and jurisdictions. Within that area, which workers does OSHA cover? All federal government workers. Most private sector employers and their workers. Some public sector workers.
So there's that question again of who OSHA covers And we already researched that, so we know they don't cover public sector workers, people who have farms and their family is the only people that work for them. Yeah, that wouldn't be fair. The government, covering y'all shit, and all federal government workers. So that's crazy. The government don't have to go by OSHA, but they regulate everybody else by OSHA. I just thought about that. Ain't that some shit? So if the government is building some shit, they don't have to go by OSHA rules. But if you building some shit with your own money, you got to go by their rules. Ain't that some shit?
Who isn't covered by OSHA? Think about the questions below. Flip the cards to see the answers.
Alicia is self-employed. Is a self-employed carpenter. Is she covered by OSHA? Nah. Keenan is an active duty Marine. Is he covered by OSHA? No.
Lesson 5 of 17. Watch out for hazards. You'll come across different hazards on the job. So, what exactly is a hazard? A hazard is a condition that has potential to cause injury, illness, and property loss. This will cover the entire workplace and site. Identifying and addressing hazards as early as possible will help prevent injuries and illnesses.
So when you go on a job site and you usually see some shit like this on the fence, it's kind of giving you a small idea. You got the no touching the gate because it might be, some kind of electrical fence, or it just might be parts that, are broken and could poke through your finger or some shit. If you walk on a job site, you need to have a hard hat on, whether you're working there or not. You're just visiting, you need to have a hard hat on. You need to have something highly visible. Y'all notice that I always have on an orange or a light green shirt or a lime type shirt. That's called highly visible. Or you could just have on a vest that is one of those colors also. But as long as you're wearing something that's orange, yellow, lime, that's called highly visible, because when they have all those machines and bobcats and Lowells and dump trucks and stuff, all that stuff moving around, and you're just a person walking around on your cell phone and shit, they're looking for that highlighted person. So if you got on a black fucking shirt or something like that, your ass could get rolled over real fast. Protective ear deflectors must be worn. They got the head, man, if it's gonna be loud on the job site. Proactive footwear must be worn. That's the shield toe shoes. You can't come on that bitch with tennis shoes, flip flops, all that shit. I've stepped on a nail. I stepped on a nail with fucking shield toe shoes on. So you're never 100% safe from everything, but at least the percentage goes down. Protective goggles must be worn. Y'all know why. Danger construction traffic, no children, of course. Minimum speed when you're driving through a job site, 10 miles per hour, because people might be getting off of the coming off of their break or lunch. You don't want to be hitting nobody while they just taking a break or a lunch. No smoking cigarettes allowed on most of these shits, because they possibly have hazardous chemicals going on. Or you might have they don't want you to fuck around and burn down the building. You burning down $1 million project because you want to throw your fucking cigarette somewhere around some wood, dry wood. And then, of course, they don't really want you on your cell phones around there, because if you distracted, your ass might get hit by a Lowell or a damn dump truck or something. But y'all know I break that rule all the time. But I try to stay out of the way when I'm on my phone, because it ain't that they don't really give a fuck. Just you got to care about you more than you know, worrying about the rules. I do love myself more than I give a fuck about the rules, so I try not to have looking at my phone when I'm walking outside the building. If I'm around a lot of shit going on, I try not to even be looking at my phone, because you need to keep your head on a swivel on all job sites, because that could be your life. I'm just keep it real with you. I'm not good with rules, but when it come to rules to save my life, sometimes you gotta take safety real serious.
Types of hazards. There are 6 types of hazards. Learn more about the types of hazards below. Safety.
Now, I know y'all done seen me in the attic with slides on now. I know y'all seen when I go to regular houses and I might have one. That's because I'm working there by myself. So I ain't got to worry about nobody above me. So that's why I don't have no hard hat on. I ain't got to worry about, you know, of course I could wear safety glasses so I wouldn't get no metal or whatever, but I felt, you know, me. Then I don't, if I know that there's no nails and shit in the ground or whatever because I'm the only one working there, yeah. And I know OSHA ain't coming on no motherfucking Sunday. So yeah, I know y'all done seen me jumping in the attic with flip-flops on. Ain't nobody coming to fuck with me in the attic. Now, I can't do that on a commercial construction site, though. That would be just plain out crazy. You said the answer to the last 2 questions was yes? Yeah, I think so, too. That's what I was saying also. But those questions wasn't mandatory. I haven't gotten to the exam yet. I think they're going to give me an exam over this whole section, what they call module. Okay, which of these are examples of safety hazards? Choose all that apply. Safety hazards, we know asbestos is safety hazard. Hot surfaces, of course, those are safety hazards. Broken ladders, we talked about that earlier. Heat stress. Is heat stress a safety hazard, y'all? Because there's ways that you can keep yourself cool. I'm going to come back on that. Working from height, safety hazard. Working from height, yeah. Unguarded machinery, yeah. Power lines, yes. Loud noise, yes. Slippery floors, yes. So what's the chance of heat stress not being? I think I'm going to click it anyway. This don't count for anything anyway, so if I get it wrong, it'll only be 1. Oh, the only one that wasn't right was loud noise. See, they be doing some bullshit because earlier they told us that earplugs is for that and the asbestos wasn't right. So when I take the main exam, there might be a question that's similar to this. Which of these are safety hazards? We just know that asbestos and loud noise won't be considered as that. Which that's a crazy, confusing question. Harmful chemicals could take any form, including gases, liquids, or dust. They can get into the body through the nose, mouth, or skin. That's definitely for sure. Which of these are examples of chemical hazards? Cleaning products, definitely. Powder, actuated tools? I don't know about that. Asbestos, they trying to trick me with this asbestos shit. Radiation, poison ivy, pesticides, solvents, poison oak. This is a fucking trick question, y'all. Which of these are examples? Yeah, let's listen to what these folks gonna say. Harmful chemicals, gases, liquids, and dust. Well, let's finish listening to what the white lady say.
Chemical hazards. Harmful chemicals can take any form, including gases, liquids, or dust. They can get into the body through the nose, mouth, or skin.
You said write some of it down. I ain't never felt it. I just, I might forget a couple of the questions or whatever. But once I see the answer to it, shit, I never forget it. So, solvents, pesticides, and cleaning products. So anything that's outside of things that pretty much like, so hazards gonna be including those things that are like that cause fumes and stuff like that. So it's not gonna be asbestos, poison ivy, poison oak, radiation, shit that doesn't come from toxins, I guess. I'm guessing that's what
Chemicals can cause poisoning, lung disease, skin irritation, or damage to other parts of the body.
Chemicals, that's the word I was looking for. So poison oak, poison ivy, radiation. I thought radiation, no, radiation wouldn't be considered chemical. Asbestos, okay. I see what this question does. Which of these are examples of chemical hazards? Okay. Not which of these are poison or toxic. It's asking me which is chemical hazards. Sometimes it's how the question is worded. You might think you know the question, but you got to be very careful of the wording of question.
Biological hazards. These are living things that can harm you, including plants, animals, or germs.
Okay, so now this is the difference between this question and that last question. It asked me about chemical on that last one. Now it's saying these are living things that can harm you. So that poison ivy, poison oak, and shit like that's where all that stuff is going to probably come in at, including plants, animals, or germs. So which of these are examples of biological hazards instead of chemical hazards? Which pretty much are biological hazards are airborne or man-made, corona, shit like that. So biological hazard would be blood, animal and bird droppings, yeah. Oh, you can get, I would say wasp, because that would be considered an animal. Well, is a wasp considered an animal? That would be considered an insect, ain't it? But a wasp can sting you and make you have an allergic reaction. So would that be considered a biological hazard? COVID-19, of course. Poison ivy, of course. Poor posture. I don't know about that. Loud noise. Tuberculosis. Should I click tuberculosis, y'all? Tuberculosis. Should I go with tuberculosis too? I don't know if that's a bio. I don't know if that'd be a biological hazard. And I think if wasp would be one, I think they would put wasp sting. Yeah, Mika, your job sounds dangerous. Shit, you had to go to the hospital? Get rushed to the hospital? What's good, Bernard? 98. You say you got all the answers. What's your email? I bet you do. Shit, the email right on the top up here. Shit, when I get to the final exam, hell yeah. Fuck that shit. Cause I gotta get 70%. I ain't got no. I ain't trying to fail that shit now. Not paying attention. But this right here is just like this is just test shit. It ain't no wrong answer right here. They pretty much tell you the answers. Okay, so wasp was one of the answers. We got everything right, and I should have put tuberculosis also. So my first instinct was right. Wasp and tuberculosis should have been two more answers that I clicked. But I definitely didn't put loud noise, or I didn't put poor posture, so I'd rather have most of it right than it wrong.
Biological hazards can cause diseases, allergic reactions, bites, or poisoning.
Okay, so if I would have seen that before I seen all of the answers, I definitely would have put wasp. But I would have thought that they would have put wasp sting and not just wasp. But it is what it is. It don't count for nothing.
Physical hazards. These are environmental conditions that can harm you.
What up, Unity? Unity, I know you done seen this a million times. I think you was doing OSHA 30 not too long ago. Which of these are examples of physical hazards? Poor communication, radiation, frayed power cords, hot cold temperatures, sun exposure, edges without guardrails, loud noise. I'm gonna go with poor communication. I don't think hot or cold temperatures is gonna. Yeah, I guess it was. Damn. So, I shouldn't have put edges with guardrails, but I should have went with hot and cold temperatures and radiation. Gotcha.
Physical hazards can cause sunburn, dehydration, frostbite, or hearing loss.
Okay. So we got chemical, biological, and physical hazards. Physical, sunburn, dehydration, frostbite, hearing loss. So stuff like really cold shit, loud noise, sun exposure, all that stuff can cause physical hazards. Stuff like cleaning supplies, fumes, shit like that. That could be chemical. Biological could be wasp stings, allergic reactions, stuff like that. Okay, we'll know the difference next time.
Ergonomic hazards.
What's good, Unity?
These put strain on your body. The strain can be from the type of work, body positions, or working conditions.
Oh yeah. You throw your back out real quick, not acting right. Which of these are examples of oh shit, we gotta know that. Frequent lifting. Poor sleep. I know a lot about that. These are strains on your body. The strain can be from the type of work, body portions, or working conditions. Yep, poor sleep. Because if you don't sleep right at nighttime, you can have really bad backaches and all that type shit. You know what I'm saying? In the joints and all that good shit. Stormy weather, poor posture, awkward movements, repetitive movements. Fallen objects. I'm gonna pick it. Fuck it. It wasn't right. Everything was right except for that. Oh, I picked poor sleep too. I thought that would be an answer. Fuck it. Okay. It can cause back, shoulder, neck pain. You can also cause discomfort, strains, other injuries such as carpal tunnel syndrome, tendonitis, trigger finger. Well, damn.
Work organization hazards. These are workplace issues that can cause stress, short-term effects, and strain, long-term effects.
Short-term, long-term effects. Which of these are example of work organization hazards? Flying debris. Yep, that definitely can cause long-term effects. Lots of overtime. I don't know. Poor management, workplace violence. They got some weird-ass answer here. Working near heavy equipment, bullying or hazing, the flu. Damn. This is a tricky one, y'all. I don't think none of this shit goddamn really gonna be right. Bullying or hazing? Really? So that would be considered a work organization hazard. Bullying or hazing. workplace violence, poor management, lots of overtime. Wow. I don't remember that question.
Lesson 6 of 17.
I got you. I'm taking notes.
Controlling hazards.
You're on a job site and a diesel engine concrete mixer is emitting toxic fumes. What will be the most effective way to protect workers from these fumes? Choose all that applies. The most effective way is remove that motherfucker from the site. Use a different engine that doesn't emit fumes. Install proper ventilation. Require workers not to use the equipment for more than an hour at a time. Give workers respirators. I think all of these in sync kind of, if they choose all that applies. So I believe all of these will apply on certain situations. Installing proper ventilation, I believe if it's going to emit fumes, regardless of the ventilation, you're going to have to move that shit off of the site because people still are going to have to come around. So if it's ventilating anywhere, there's no kind of way you'll be able to get it out of there. But let's see what they say about it. Oh, they say fuck the respirators, fuck workers not use the equipment. Only thing they should do is use a different engine that doesn't emit fumes and remove that motherfucker from the job site. I know that's right. I know that's right. That's what I want to believe that it is.
Some of these safety measures would be much more effective than others. Removing the mixer or using a different engine would mean workers aren't exposed to any fumes.
Right.
Ventilation and limiting use time would help. But workers would still be exposed to some fumes. Respirators wouldn't reduce workers' exposure, but they could protect them from the toxic effects.
And that's definitely good to know because I was saying this stuff, I just didn't know what really answer they want me to put down. So the important part of looking at this testing is figuring out what answer they want. Now, if I'm on a job site and I feel like if I feel like I'm walking around something that's toxic or something like that, I'm gonna go tell the superintendent, my foreman. I'm gonna tell them. I'm not asking shit. I'm gonna say y'all gotta get rid of that shit, or I'm gone, or I'm calling OSHA. Some motherfuckers that just try to give you a mask and all that dumb ass shit. Nah, bitch, some shit you can't just put on a little bullshit mask and talking about I'm good.
The best way to protect workers from hazards is to eliminate them from the site or substitute them for something else.
The best way to protect workers from hazards is to eliminate them from the site or substitute them for something else. I always feel like that. But you will run into some job sites that they will try to violate your motherfucking rights because they'll think you don't know no fucking better. You call OSHA, they can't retaliate, fire your ass. They gonna be mad as a motherfucker, but they can't fire you in retaliation. Just know that. So if you see some kind of hazard or some bullshit going on at your job, that's how you get your job in line. Don't tell them shit though. Don't tell them you gonna call OSHA, cause your ass gonna be out of there before OSHA can even be relevant. You gonna never tell them.
If hazards can't be removed, employers can reduce workers' exposure with engineering safeguards, also called engineering controls, or safety policies, also called administrative controls.
That's a fancy way of saying, nigga, we just gonna change the shit up, but you still gonna work.
When employers can't reduce workers' exposure, they can give workers personal protective equipment, PP, to protect against the effects of the hazard.
Right, so this is where we was talking about welders. I believe Unity is a welder. I believe we got some welders in here. The type of equipment, they can't prevent this type of light from blinding these people. I mean, from, you know, anything or the Sparks. So they give them niggas these thick ass jackets to put on. They got these thick ass masks so they can still get their job done. The problem is though, y'all, and I've had this problem with welders. I hate working around welders. Everybody hates working around welders, especially if a welder is working in the sky. If they working on something in the ceiling or some shit like that. Nobody wants to work around a welder because fucking sparks are flying everywhere. If you look at where they at, which you a lot of times you might have to look around them, you gonna go blind. You can go blind from looking at their shit. They got on the right protective shit for their eyes, but the person that's working around in the building that got to look at them, your ass can get blinded. Your ass, that spark or little pieces of iron, that shit could pop in your eye. So the way you prevent that, if a welder is working where you need to work at, you cannot work in the same area as a welder. You have the right to tell your employer, I'm not working in there with no welder, and you can't make me. Because it's it's an OSHA safety hazard. Controlling hazards. That's what this is telling you. You can't control, he's safe. But if they're working somewhere, you can refuse to work around a welder. I've done it plenty of times. Without any consequences. Because that shit will blind you. If you look in the direction of a person welding, it'll blind your ass.
This concept is also called the hierarchy of controls. The hierarchy of controls. Once hazards have been identified and evaluated, your employer will control those hazards as effectively as they can. They'll follow the hierarchy of controls, shown below. The most effective controls are at the top of the hierarchy, and last resort controls are at the bottom.
Which is going to be engineering controls, like we just said, isolating people from the hazard. That's going to be including if you see a welder welding somewhere. If you're the foreman, superintendent, it's your job by OSHA rules to make sure your guys don't go in there while they're where they got their welding going on. Or if you're supervisor, foreman, whatever, if he's not aware, but you know there's an assignment that need to be done in a certain room, but there's a welder in there, you have the right to go tell your foreman, hey, I can't go in there until that welder is done. And he can't say, oh, well, motherfucker, you fired because I want that done right now. You can report that to OSHA if your boss is still demanding that you work in a engineered control area, a place that should have had engineering control, isolating you from that hazard. Next thing is the substitution. If there's something that you can do where you don't have to, you can substitute a concrete machine or the engine that's not hazardous. We've seen that in the example. And then you got the elimination of the shit. Sometimes you just got to take some shit out altogether. And you got at the bottom of this PPE. That's the least you can do. Put on gloves, put on glasses, put on hard hat, have on steel toe boots, and have earplugs. Change the way you work. Make sure you ain't bending over wrong, picking up shit the proper way, making sure your ladders and all that bullshit is properly working. Make sure your cords don't have cuts in it and stuff like that. You know, just shit that can save your life on accident, from an accident, as I must say.
The hierarchy of controls. Once hazards have been identified and evaluated, your employer will control those hazards as effectively as they can.
Yeah, I'm in a union, but I only do certain jobs for the union that I'm in. I'm in a union that's in Atlanta, actually. So I'm not in a Florida union. So the jobs that I do in Florida, they're through either contractors or skilled trade agencies. But the ones out of state, most of the time, those are through union.
The hierarchy of controls. Once hazards have been identified and evaluated, your employer will control those hazards as effectively as they can. They'll follow the hierarchy of controls, shown below. The most effective controls are at the top of the hierarchy, and last resort controls are at the bottom.
Salute, Jones. Well, I kind of just explained that before they explained it, but that's pretty much what that meant, you know. I understand a lot of the shit, but you know what I'm saying, sometimes when it comes to the book part of it, I learned it in the field. So when you see it and they're giving you the book part of it, but if you're a guy that's just coming into some shit and you never been on a construction site, you would want to pay close attention to this shit because you don't know what to expect when you're working on a job site like that. But me, I already know the rules, but now I'm hearing it. I always got to hear it through a safety meeting or through OSHA or through. Sometimes they make you do this shit and it ain't even through OSHA. They just make you do it just to come on their job site. Salute, man. 57. Now, what happened, Unity? Who fucking with Unity? Salute, Unity. Much love, bro. Take it easy, bro.
The hierarchy of controls. Once hazards have been identified and evaluated, your employer will control those hazards as effectively as they can. They'll follow the hierarchy of controls, shown below. The most effective controls are at the top of the hierarchy, and last resort controls are at the bottom. The hierarchy.
I don't know why I keep repeating the same shit. Is that... Oh, okay. It said complete the content above before moving on. Complete what content? Oh, I guess I'm supposed to click on all these. Okay.
Flip through the scenarios below and name what control they are. Flip each of the 5 cards to review by clicking or tapping on the card before moving on.
Your employer gives you steel-toe boots for working with a forklift. Personal PPE. Oh, okay, so I get it. Your employer trains you in how to safely handle dangerous chemicals. That would be chemical administrator. Gives you steel-toe boots for working on the forklift. Your employer adds fixed guards around the chain and sprocket of a machine to prevent the accidental contact. Would be engineering. Gotcha. Your employer replaces a toxic chemical with a non-toxic chemical. Substitution. Okay, that makes sense. Engineering would be, giving you certain things like hard hat, steel-toe boots to prevent an injury from certain machinery. Of course, that would be PPE stuff. And if you have to do something to prevent an accident, like putting up a guardrail, that would be engineering, because of course you got to put something together for it. And then replacing the toxic chemical with a non-toxic chemical. Of course, substitution means replacing. So those are ways that I learned by trying to remember things. Your employer adds lifting and handling equipment that eliminates the manual tasks. I believe that would be another engineering or elimination. Okay, hold up. Your employer adds lifting and handling equipment that eliminates a manual task. Okay, I guess seeing that word eliminate should make me think eliminate. Gotcha. I guess that would be more of like when I use that jack lift when I'm on the job. That, you remember that jack lift that I showed y'all, and I roll it up and it takes the unit up, and I can pretty much put it in the position that I need. I don't need another man to help me lift this unit up. Both of us take it up a ladder or something like that. So that's what that means. You're eliminating the manual task of using some type of equipment to handle, something of that, caliber, like an air conditioning unit. If I showed y'all some of my old jobs where I might use a scissor lift or something of that kind, that would be an example of that too.
Lesson 7 of 17. Worker rights and responsibilities. You may have seen this OSHA poster before. Employers must post it, and possibly other information, in their workplace. It talks about your rights and employers' responsibilities. We'll talk about both of those in this module. First, it's important to begin with understanding your rights as a worker. Under OSHA, workers have 9 rights. 1. Speak up about hazards without fear of retaliation. 2. Receive workplace safety and health training in a language you understand. 3. Work on machines that are safe. 4. Receive required personal safety equipment, PP, such as gloves or a harness and lifeline for falls. Employers are required to pay for necessary PPE. 5. Be protected from toxic chemicals. 6. Request an OSHA inspection and speak to the inspector. 7. Report an injury or illness and get copies of your medical records. 8. Review records of work-related injuries and illnesses. 9. See results of tests taken to find workplace hazards.
Now, that's definitely important. Under OSHA, workers have 9 rights. You ain't got 10. You know of these 9 rights that you have by the government. Speaking up about shit without fear of retaliation. You speak up about some shit, don't worry about you getting fired. Because you don't go to your boss about the shit. You go to fucking OSHA. You know a motherfucker doing some shit that's violation of OSHA? Don't go to your boss. Don't go to your boss's boss. Don't tell nobody within the organization. They gonna do what's best for the organization. But if you gonna be a snitch, you might as well be a paid snitch. Because if you go to OSHA and do the right shit, and they really do have a violation, they gonna pay you a reward for that shit. I ain't encouraging people to do that, but I'm saying if it's a real, violation. I ain't talking about no fake shit. Only real violation. But you should be able to speak up without retaliation, receiving safety and health training in a language that you understand, work on machines that are safe. So making sure that if somebody got you operating on a machine that's not safe, and you done told them, and you documented that you've alerted people who, are supposed to handle that, and they got you working on something that's unsafe, and you done reported it to them, yeah, might time to holler at OSHA. And have OSHA come out there, and they won't know where it come from. You could have OSHA come out there on the job to look at it theyself. And they'll be like, oh shit, OSHA coming. Them motherfuckers go fix that shit real fast. Then OSHA come and find out that shit fucked up. They'll end up paying everybody that had to work on that shit. So you can request an OSHA inspection, and when this instructor come, they can't say, oh, you can't talk to the instructor. No, that's when you can go snitch. And then you can review the records of the work-related injuries and illnesses, or anything that's been recorded by OSHA. All right, it says you also have responsibility as an employee. Select the 2 you think are your OSHA mandated responsibility. Choose all that apply. Follow your company's rules, regulations, and standards. Use safety equipment, personal protection equipment, and other devices and procedures provided by the company for your protection. Show up to work on time for every scheduled shift. Avoid working overtime to save your company extra expenses. Hold on, what the hell was the question? You also have responsibilities as an employee. Select the two you think are your OSHA mandated responsibilities. Well, we definitely know using safety equipment. Avoid working overtime to save your company extra expenses. Follow your company's rules regulation. We'll pick the first two because it say two. I would only pick one, but they say it's two. So follow your company's rules, regulation, and standards. So I guess technically that would be right because your company is going to have rules and regulations that if you follow them, you shouldn't have a problem. And every company is going to have a rule book or shit that you're supposed to be following, but not every company is going to enforce them. If you want to get familiar with your rights, OSHA made a crossword puzzle you can use for practice, a worksheet you can use to get more familiar with your rights. I don't even try to do no fucking crossword puzzle. What do you do when safety issues isn't being addressed? Let's start by looking at the case closely. So what do you do when you don't feel like your safety issues are being addressed? We kind of just talked about that, but I told y'all what I would do. So let's see if I'm right.
For the past few weeks, you and your co-workers with ABC Construction have been installing sheet metal ductwork in a new shopping center. Nearby, another worker has been operating an old concrete cutting saw. The saw is in propane mode, and it's giving off some noxious fumes. They're giving you and your co-workers headaches.
So that's kind of the situation that I was just in at that school that I was just at. The saw workers was cutting up shit and all that dust and shit. That shit made me sick as a motherfucker. I might have could have called OSHA on the motherfuckers, but I ain't trying to be an asshole. Because we kind of just went into other areas, you know what I'm saying? There was other areas that I had a choice of moving away and going to other areas. So it wasn't so severe where there wasn't elimination that could have been claimed on the shit. What do you think your first step should be if you had that type of shit going on? Probably my first step would have been talk to my supervisor. I would have tried to tough it out as long as possible, but if I would have felt like it's something that is really affecting me, I'm going to talk to the supervisor about it. So that's what I'm going to put. Let's see what they say. They probably tell you to file an OSHA complaint out the gate. Okay. Got that right. Talk to your supervisor. Talk to your foreman. If you're a foreman, you take people out of the situation and then you talk to the superintendent. Or you talk to the superintendent of the project. So they can form a situation of elimination. They can have...
The first thing you should do if you notice an unsafe situation...
They can have those concrete cutters switch their schedule. I've seen concrete cutters come and work at night instead of working during the daytime. That way they don't be in the way of other trades. So sometimes job superintendents, they'll make those type of decisions, so people won't have to be in the line of fire of something that could be toxic or something like that. And that's why they make superintendents do the OSHA 30s. Because we going to be here for 10 hours doing this shit. But if you really want to move up in the ranks, you want to get that 30. That 30 puts you in another pay period. Sometimes, anyway, not all the time. Depends on what trade you're in. If you're in a trade like welding, you definitely want to get an OSHA 30. HVAC doesn't require it unless you're going to, doing on like a supervisor of the job. Like I say, I know my limits at this point as far as in commercial. So I understand how long it takes you to learn certain shit. I'm not gonna put the carriage before the horse. So when I'm ready, that's when I do what I need to do with certain shit. But I'll definitely, since I've done 10, I'm definitely gonna go in and get that 30 out the way eventually. But it'll be when I know I got some kind of opportunity of making a different level of my career. So, and I let somebody else pay for it. I'm not paying for the shit for myself. Just like I'm not paying for this. They're paying for the shit. This shit is $100. Okay, so what should you do next after you done reported that shit to your supervisor? Do what your supervisor said and tough it out. They know your supervisor's gonna be on some bullshit. Ignore your headache. Get on with your work. Report the issue to the next level of supervision. File a complaint. What I would do, I'm not gonna ignore my headache. I'm going outside and I'm gonna tell the goddamn I need to go talk to the supervisor, or I'm gonna call my union, or I'm gonna call my recruiter. And this is why I opt out of working for companies, because then you have to call one of them and then they say fuck you, or you can't get in contact with them all of a sudden. But if you have a recruiter, they will force their ass to, you know what I'm saying, whatever. Or you can call your union rep and they will force their hand. So that would be my answer. Go to the next level of supervision, which would be your recruiter or your union rep. But if you work for a company, you're going to want to call your job supervisor. Because obviously your foreman ain't maybe an asshole, or he, you know, or you can go talk to the supervisor on the job site. But they probably the ones behind it too. So that was the correct answer. Oh, they say that you should file a complaint on right after the first time. After you done told your foreman, they recommend you go ahead and call OSHA. I would think just give one more, warning to another supervisor. But shit, according to OSHA, they like, man, I only warn them motherfuckers one time. They ain't playing. They is not playing with these motherfuckers.
The first thing you should do if you notice an unsafe situation is talk to your supervisor or employer. Most supervisors want to help you and protect their workers. You don't want to tough it out since it could be harmful to your health. OSHA complaints are mostly for hazards that employers have refused to address, so it's a bit early to file a complaint. Avoid talking about the situation on social media in order to give the supervisor a chance to find a solution. You don't want to cause unnecessary tension. So you talk to your supervisor. In this case, your supervisor says she can't do anything. The worker with the concrete saw doesn't work for ABC Construction. The general contractor, CAB Management, has control of the site. She tells you to tough it out because the job will be over in a month anyway.
Exactly. They'll try to tell you to tough it out. They'll try to silence you, all that shit. So OSHA kind of know what they talking about. Because what you got to realize, your foreman is under pressure by the job site. So it's ABC Construction. This is a $1 million, multi-million dollar company. Possibly $1 billion corporation. Nigga, you are a penny. You got to realize that. They got a deadline. They trying to save themselves millions because they get penalized every day that their project is not done by their deadline. So a little bit of goddamn hazard on a little monkey ass motherfucker that don't know no better, sometimes they're trying to go ahead and they gonna take their chances. They gonna tell you to do something tricky, something that goddamn, you know what I'm saying, something out of line. It got to be up to you. Once you give them that warning, you can file that complaint.
The best course of action is to investigate the hazards of propane fumes and to file an OSHA complaint. You don't want to tough it out or ignore your symptoms. That could lead to larger health problems. You search OSHA's website and find that propane tools can produce carbon monoxide, a toxic gas. Exposure in a confined, unventilated area can cause headaches, dizziness, difficulty breathing, and unconsciousness. After you find out more about the dangers of carbon monoxide, you call your supervisor's manager and discuss the situation. The manager thinks that the situation is not a big deal. You believe that it is a serious hazard, so you decide to file a complaint with OSHA. Lesson 9 of 17. How to file a safety and health complaint.
AKA how to snitch.
You've tried to speak with your supervisor and your supervisor's manager.
Try to talk to them.
You believe you're facing a serious hazard.
They fucking with you.
There are several ways you could file a complaint.
You gonna teach them. Now OSHA about to show y'all exactly how to snitch. How to snitch.
Click on each tab below to review.
Okay, submit your complaint online to OSHA. You can find the link to this form in resources section of this course. Oh, it's telling me to. Or you could fax or mail. This the old-fashioned way. You can call them up the old-fashioned way. You can call OSHA office or dial 1-800-321-OSHA. OSHA staff can discuss your complaint with you and respond with any question you have. These are the rights that you got as a worker, y'all. You got those 9 rights. And OSHA pretty much covers everything that you do. When these people playing with your health, don't do a whole bunch of talking. You talk to your supervisor and they start playing, you just have OSHA do a little pop-up. And when OSHA find anything wrong, trust me, is most likely it's going to be money in your pocket. Because you the one that reported it. If they find a violation, you get the reward.
You file a complaint online with the complaint form. You hope you did the right thing. You're wondering what will happen if OSHA decides to inspect your workplace. So you do some research on OSHA's protections for whistleblowers. Whistleblower protection. OSHA's Whistleblower Protection Program protects employees from retaliation for bringing up safety concerns.
Meaning you're protected. The folks can't just try to fire you because, oh, you done put OSHA on their ass. That's when they're going to be really scared. You probably have an idea of what retaliation looks like. Select the options below. There are forms of retaliation. Firing or laid off. Denying overtime or promotion. Denying benefits. Intimidation. Reducing pay or hours. Writing an employee up for being late. Now, I don't think they still could write your ass up for being late. But all that other shit, you know what I'm saying? So you still got to be on your shit. You still got to be the perfect employee, but you got to stay in line while you got them motherfuckers, while you got them by the balls. File your complaint, still be on time to work. Don't give them no reasons. Because they'll fire your ass now for being a minute late now. Now they got a reason to get rid of you. You can't say it's OSHA. Like, nah, nigga, we told you being that 30 seconds late. Nigga, that's against our policy, nigga. Get up out of here. Now let's see how you work with OSHA now. These are corporations. So you laughing at my commentary? Y'all helping me get through this shit. Like, I got 10 hours of this shit. They only let you do 7.5 hours. So y'all, we 50% through, y'all. I think. Or at least introduction to OSHA. We still got a lot of shit to go, but shit, y'all helping me get through these 10 hours. It ain't actually 10 hours, but they recorded as 10 hours in some kind of way. I don't know, but y'all helping me. I appreciate y'all for pulling up. Yeah, all our answers was right that time. And the one that we didn't click, that's definitely right.
If your employer finds out you filed the complaint, OSHA protects you from retaliation. It's your right to file an OSHA complaint, and it's illegal for an employer to punish you in any way. That includes getting demoted, transferred, fired, fewer hours, etc. If you believe you have been retaliated against in any way, file a whistleblower complaint within 30 days of the alleged retaliation.
There you go, y'all. Y'all be trying to go to your boss. Hell nah. If you know you've been violated through one of those 9 rights that you got as an employee, shit. Nah, go talk to the government. Them niggas get right for the government. Cause those fines are hell. I'm gonna tell you what a white boy did one time at a company that I worked for. I worked for a small company down there in Brunswick, right before I moved from Brunswick, right? So this small company, they would pick me up. They would pick me up from my house, right? Every morning. The dude that I was his helper picked me up at my house every damn day. And we drive and do our air conditioning around the city. Salute, Black Ambassador. We would do change outs. We would do service calls, replacing little parts. We would do new construction. We did everything concerning AC. So, when I stopped working for them and I moved, because of course I wanted to take my skills to the next level, because it was only so much that they could pay me because they was a small company. So when I moved on and I wanted to move to Florida and get my thing going on, the dude called me like a year later. So the person that they hired to replace me, they was doing the same thing with him. They'll pick him up from work, drive to and they will pay you on the clock, all of that. You know what I'm saying? From the minute that you got in the truck, they will pay you. Turn out, that's not allowed by OSHA. So being that the dude, I think he got laid off for some other reason, he knew the loophole and he went to OSHA and told them that they was paying him when he got into the truck instead of waiting till he got to the job site and starting to pay you there. He fucked it up for everybody after that, because I would rather be paid the minute you come pick me up, whether we got to drive an hour to Savannah or one of these places. Nigga, I'm in the truck, I'm getting paid to ride. But for some reason, OSHA don't allow that. So what the owner had to do is he had to pay a penalty, the owner of the company. So this nigga called me up like, Craig, I owe you $1,600. I'm like, what? For what? He's like, cause this dude, he went to OSHA on me because he explained that situation. And the dude, he asked me, could he keep the $1,600? What? Keep the what? Take the what and keep the what? Hey, take the what and keep the what? You wanna do what? What's good, Cool Eagle? Boy, stop. I told him, boy, stop. Let me get me. Shit. But I wouldn't have wanted to be him, though. So. But OSHA can bust a bitch in the head, boy. They don't like that shit. They make him write a check.
Let's consider a few other situations where whistleblower protections might apply.
He said keep 3 and run me to 1,300. Hey, I think I had worked out a deal with him. Y'all, I was gonna let him keep half or something. I told him I made it sweet for him. I was like, bro, you know, I was like, shit, just give me this or something, cause he had just gave me a job too. He gave me a side job for like $2,300. I had to crawl up under the house, but it was like a day and a half worth of work. He wanted me to rewrap some duck. Me and him fell out. He's the owner. Me and his son, we became like Best friend, me and him, real tight friends to this day. We go fishing and shit. If you go on my Instagram, you'll see me and him and his son. We in a boat, we fishing, like we go hunting together, all that shit, right? But his daddy was the owner of the company, and we fell out because not because of me and him fell out. I was doing a job at his church. He's supposed to be a pastor, right? His church, I'm putting in a unit out there, and his pastor come behind me, and he say, "Hey boy," he say something, but I hear him call me a boy. Now, I guess this is gonna be my Queen Regina story. So he said some shit, and it was kind of disrespectful how he said it because he called me a boy. So I ignored him. He was like, "Boy, I know you hear me talking to you." And I just ignored him. But I had a reason to ignore him because I know he seen me with my headset in, but I didn't have my music playing. But I heard the way he was talking to me, so I just act like I didn't fucking hear him. So he went and told the dude that I was working for some shit or whatever. I don't know what he told him, but the dude called me, the owner, he called me in there. We went in his little, chamber or whatever. Me, him, and the dude went to go talk. And we go in there and, he got pictures with George Bush and, all kind of shit. So he got some power. So they get me in here, and the motherfucker like, my boss like, "Hey man, well, he told me how old boy was trying to talk to me, and I ain't respond to him." And I was like, "Well, I had him a headset, man." And he was like, "Well, I think you owe him an apology." And I was like, "I don't think I owe this man an apology, because if he's saying what he's saying is true, but he comes in here to complain about it." He was like, "Man, I would hate to have to let you go." Well, I was like, "You know what? I would hate to have to quit right now, but I am going to go ahead and quit because it was a whole big deal. It wasn't a big deal. It didn't get out of control, and there are other little things to that story also that I got to sit down and think about it a little longer because it was so many years ago. But it was he didn't fire me. I chose not to fold to his racist ass pastor. That's just the bottom line. It was something else he had said too. I can't remember. And I tried to explain it to old boy how it was disrespectful, and he wanted me to apologize to this motherfucker. And I was like, "Sir, I ain't, I was nice about how the motherfucker tried to treat me. And I damn sure ain't about to come in here and apologize to this motherfucker." But he came back some months later and apologized to me, not the pastor, but the owner, because he was like, he was wrong, you know what I'm saying? But of course, he was the under pastor, so he had to do what was best. You know what I'm saying? It was a cracker thing. It was politics. But he wasn't mad at me, so he would keep giving me subcontract work. He still does it to this day. So he would give me subcontract work or whatever, but like that you run into those kind of problems sometimes though. But that would have been like a whistleblower type of thing if I would have tried to go to. I don't think I could have went to OSHA for that. I might have could have went to like Department of Labor for that. I think that's where that white boy went to too. That he might have went to the Department of Labor, not OSHA. So I could have had that confused with who he went to. I know he went to somebody and everybody got 1,600. And that motherfucker tried to come to me talking about, "Motherfucker, can he keep it?" Not after nah, bro, we still good. You been giving me work and all that shit, but shit, run that. Run that. Yeah, you got to stand on your principle, and sometimes it'll slow your growth. They'll do whatever, but shit, if you don't stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything. But I thought that was a great job at the time because I used to get to live in Brunswick and I was close to my son. But after my son graduated, I didn't need to be up under him like that or whatever. And it definitely wasn't healthy for me to stay in Brunswick. And I couldn't make the kind of money that my potential would allow me to make. So I made the decision after when I had that little breakup with them, which I still was getting side work, which was good, but I still was making moves in the streets. And sometimes you gotta separate yourself from everything. You can't sit there around with what's comfortable to you. So I made that decision to move somewhere far away from home, so it wouldn't be so easy to, when money is tight, now I want to go make a flip. You know what I'm saying? Or shit like that. Or if I get into it with a nigga, now I gotta go blow a nigga down because a nigga know too much about me, and now I gotta be looking at. Imagine if I was going through this fuck shit with Kwame them, and I'm living in Bronzeville. Nigga, I done had to goddamn go fuck a nigga up because these niggas want to trick you off the streets. That's the type shit you gotta move away from where you comfortable at. Cause it's gonna be bitch ass niggas trying to trick you off the streets. And you might fall into your old ways. You get caught up in a drug sting or something, but you're supposed to be at work the next day. Nah. Then you get away from them small ass towns, bro. Go somewhere where you can grow. You know what I'm saying? Work for some major corporation, some $1 million motherfuckers. Get yourself around motherfucking millionaires. You know what I'm saying? And then you'll see what it takes. And you'll know, you can hear those stories of how motherfuckers had to get it out the mud. All my millionaire friends, none of them motherfuckers played basketball, football, was an actor or a rapper or none of that shit. The motherfucker got that shit out of the mud. I would never ask them motherfuckers for no money because nigga, they, you know what I'm saying, them motherfuckers, I know where they got it from. You arrive at the site where you'll be working on a rooftop. There is no fall protection. Fall protection means that you need to be strapped off on something. You need to have like some kind of harness on, and then you need to clamp that harness on to something that won't fall when you fall. Ain't gonna just rip right out of the shit, because that ain't gonna do you no good either. So there's no fall protection. Any guardrail, something like that, that's would be considered fall protection also. And you tell your supervisor you're concerned about fall safety. Later that day, management takes you off the job. Could you file a whistleblower complaint? Yes. That's right. Now, I've seen that happen to people and they try to do that, but you know, some people can't afford to sit at home waiting for a motherfucking OSHA claim to go through. So that's the fear of people, you know, filing OSHA complaints too, because yeah, they might retaliate on you. Do you got enough money to wait it out, or do you need to stay your ass at work and take the risk? That's the problem that a lot of people run into. Your supervisor gives you a task that would involve climbing a metal ladder near active power lines. You refuse to do the task because it's extremely likely the power lines could shock you. Your supervisor threatens to cut your hours if you don't do the task. If they cut your hours, could you file a whistleblower complaint? Well, they making these answers pretty easy. Of course you can.
Here are some more examples. You could file a whistleblower complaint if you experience retaliation for asking for safety information about on-site chemicals, reporting a work-related injury or illness, requesting copies of OSHA regulations, participating in an OSHA inspection.
So remember, if you ever call for an OSHA investigation, you can get those records and you can participate in OSHA doing the inspection. So if they come around and you see your boss trying to lead them away from what the real problem is, they can't retaliate on you like, hey, can I talk to you real quick? They can't say, no, you get back to work. No, it's part of your OSHA right to be able to talk to the OSHA inspector and point them out to what your issues are. You better make sure you got some real issues, because if your shit don't work now, I don't know, you know. But if you know you got that shit in the bag, do what you got to do, my nigga. Do what you got to do.
Lesson 10 of 17. On-site OSHA investigation. There are a few reasons OSHA might inspect a workplace. OSHA almost always investigates severe injuries or deaths. OSHA makes it a high priority to investigate complaints of hazards or violations. OSHA will also do random inspections in high-hazard industries.
So high hazard industries, that would be considered like when I be working on Disney. Disney, boy, OSHA come out that motherfucker daily. OSHA don't play with them big ass industries, them big ass companies, these gigantic fucking money making companies, EA. Cause y'all gotta realize Disney and Universal Studios, they own EA Sports and all kind of shit out here in Orlando. So OSHA make sure they get their money off of their motherfucking ass. They can't wait to find a goddamn violation. When I'm working on a Disney job, man, this is why I hate working on Disney, and I refuse a lot of jobs that on Disney. Now, when I first got here, I didn't know that. I'm thinking that, you know, oh, this the place to be. But fuck nah. Now that I'm in Orlando, I stay the fuck away from Disney. But man, them motherfuckers make you scrap every damn thing to your body. Your hammer, your drill. You gotta have all kind of strings on your shit. Your hard hat gotta be tied on. Man, them motherfuckers got so many rules out there. Them motherfuckers follow every OSHA possible rule. I'm bad with these rules. My hard hat, I have a hard time keeping it on because of my dreads. I said I'm gonna design a hard hat for people with dreads. That's kind of what I want to do. Think about it. And then of course y'all know how I am with my safety glasses too. But I'm getting better with the safety glasses.
Lesson 10 of 17. On-site OSHA investigation. There are a few reasons OSHA might inspect a workplace. OSHA almost always investigates severe injuries or deaths. OSHA makes it a high priority to investigate complaints of hazards or violations. OSHA will also do random inspections in high-hazard industries.
When you file an OSHA complaint about fumes from a concrete saw, which category did it fall into? Report of severe injury or death, complaint of hazard or violations. Neither of these. I believe it will be complaint of hazards and violations. Is correct.
Your complaint was about a hazard, so it's a high priority for OSHA. It leads to an on-site OSHA investigation.
Right, 421.
What happens now?
You're 100% correct, 421 TV. Salute to you. If you got a valid point, you good. They gonna treat you like gold. But if you lying, don't be up there doing that Queen Regina shit now. But if you got a valid point, which a lot of people do, they just don't know what to do about it. You call them folks out there. See, like in the HVAC world, if you catch a motherfucker letting out Freon in the air, and you report that shit, they give you like a $5,000 reward. That's why them HVAC dudes don't be bullshitting. The motherfucker gotta have a recovery machine. If you report that shit, they can't fire you for it, but you gotta prove it though too.
Presentation of credentials. The compliance, safety, and health officers, OSHA inspectors, arrive on site. They present their credentials, which include both a photograph and a serial number. Opening conference. The officers hold a meeting with your employer, the company's environmental health and safety manager, and a few worker representatives. The OSHA compliance officer explains they're visiting due to a health and safety complaint about fumes from a concrete saw. They also describe what they'll inspect, how they'll inspect it, how they'll conduct private employee interviews, how else employees will participate. Your employer chooses a representative to go with the compliance officer during the inspection of the complaint. One of the worker representatives also joins the inspection. Walk around. Following the opening conference, the compliance officer and the representatives walk through the worksite where the concrete saw operates. They ask applicable questions like, how long has the saw been in operation? Have workers been trained to use it? Is there ventilation? Has there been air sampling to measure workers' exposure? Are workers trained on the hazards of these fumes and how to avoid them? They also ask for documents such as worker training materials, training records, pre-job planning records, records of injuries or illnesses from fumes. Closing conference. After the walk-around, the compliance officer holds a closing conference to discuss the findings of the complaint inspection. They used a gas detector to measure the fumes in the air and found they were just under levels that could harm workers' health. They also determined there isn't enough ventilation in the area to safely use a propane-powered saw. They recommend that ABC Construction replace it with an electric saw. Follow-up from OSHA. The OSHA Area Director considers whether to fine or cite ABS Construction or CAB Management. Since the fumes weren't quite at hazardous levels, they won't fine CAB Management or ABC Construction. But they will issue citations and require both companies to fix the problem. Citations arrive in the mail, and they explain the employer's rights and what actions they can take. Your employer could have an informal conference with OSHA about how to address the citation, or they could contest the citations. Lesson 11 of 17. What happens after an investigation? In your case, your employer agrees to address the issue with CAB management. OSHA will require proof that the problem has been fixed. Your employer agrees to provide records of worker training on the fumes, photos of workers using an electric saw on site instead of the propane-powered saw, results from gas detector tests on site.
But they take them motherfuckers through it, boy. You fuck around and put OSHA on a motherfucker, but them motherfuckers be on their head. They make them do all kind of bullshit that just costs extra money. That's why they don't be wanting no smoke with OSHA. Just do it right the first time.
In cases where the inspector does find violations of OSHA standards or serious hazards due to the complaint, OSHA may issue citations and fines. Here's how it works. OSHA must issue a citation and proposed penalty within 6 months of the violation. Citations describe the violated requirements, list any proposed penalties, and give a deadline for correcting the hazards. The proposed penalties can include 1 or more fines. Each fine can be up to a certain amount. In 2022, that amount was $14,502. Your employer must post the citation at or near the place of the complaint. That way, they make employees aware of the hazards. The OSHA citation must remain posted for 3 working days or until the hazard is fixed, whichever is longer. Your employer must correct the hazard by the deadline OSHA gives them. If they don't, OSHA will issue more citations and penalties.
They don't play. Okay, here how it works. What happens after investigation?
In cases where the inspector does find violations of OSHA standards or serious hazards due to the complaint, OSHA may issue citations and fines. Here's how it works. OSHA must issue a citation and proposed penalty within 6 months of the violation. Citations describe the violated requirements, list any proposed penalties, and give a deadline. Types of violations. Explore the 7 types of violations below.
Okay, they got different types. Goddamn. Serious, other than serious, de minimis, posting requirements, failure to break prior violation, willful, repeated. Okay, let's find out what all these mean. When a workplace hazard could cause an incident or illness that would most likely result in the death or serious physical harm, unless the employer did not know or could have not known of the violation. Now, let me see if this should read for me.
Types of violations. Explore the 7 types of violations below.
Damn, me ain't gonna read it for me? Y'all gonna make me read it?
Types of violations.
Yeah, they're gonna make me read it all. Okay. So other than serious, a violation that has a direct relationship to job safety and health, but is not serious in nature, is classified as other than serious. Okay. So a violation that has direct relationship to job safety and health, but not that serious in nature. Okay. So that's other than serious. You got serious, which is a workplace hazard. Could cause an incident. So it hasn't caused, but it could cause, which will result in death or serious harm unless the employer did not know. So they'll give them the out of not knowing about the violation. De minimis. This is a situation that technically breaks an OSHA standard, but isn't a safety risk, like ladder rugs being 12.5 inches apart instead of 12 inches. OSHA still notify employers of violation but doesn't fine them. So that's kind of the thing I said about the ladders. If your ladders are not up to par or some shit like that, they don't take it like that serious, and they'll notify them, but they don't really fine them for it. They'll just take the ladder and throw it away. Posting requirements, a violation for a felon to post a OSHA issued citation at or near the place where the violation occurred. So if they give you a violation, you need to be putting like some roping off the area where the violation is until you get it situated. Failure to a break or a prior violation. A violation when the employer has failed to correct the citation that OSHA has issued within the required time frame. Then you got willful, a violation in which the employer either knowingly failed to comply with the legal requirement, purposefully disregard, or acted with plain indifference to employee safety. So that's just them not giving a fuck, pretty much. Repeated, of course we already know what repeated means, but a violation in which the employer has been cited previously and did the same shit again in the same fucking similar condition. Appeal. Your employer, instead of correcting the hazard, your employer can contest the citation. If the employer contests the citation, OSHA forwards the contest to a commission for independent review. If citation penalties and abatement dates are not challenged by the employer or settled, they become a final order of the commission. So, how many days do you think an employer has to appeal the violation? If I had to guess, I would say 30. Did it already read out that? Because I don't recall seeing how many days does an employer have. I think they're just testing us. 6 months of the violation, OSHA must be issued a citing and proposed penalty within 6 months. No, that ain't the employer though. That's OSHA. Anybody? I'm gonna wait for the chat to answer that one. Okay, my boss. I'm gonna see if the chat want to answer that one. How many days do you think an employer has to appeal the violation? 1, 7, 15, or 30? I'm gonna let the chat answer that one. While I finish rolling up my blunt. Salute, Ricardo. We're just going through a little safety training, OSHA 10 training. In case anybody decide to go working on the job site or want to know the rights that they have as an employee given to you by the United States government, known as OSHA. the rights you have on the job, and how to properly report any violations that can jeopardize your safety through hazards or what they call it, you know what I mean, neglect. Mom boss say 30 days. Somebody say 7 to 15. What's good? What's good? HVAC, CA HVAC. I got one person saying 30. I got somebody saying 7 to 15. Hell, you got to choose 7 or 15. We can't do 7 through 15. We just fucking with this OSHA right now, CA HVAC. I gotta do this shit again. I don't know what happened to my damn shit, the last one that I took. It ain't in the record, so I ain't gonna cry about it. I'm gonna just do the shit over and get it out the way. See, when you're doing something productive that makes progress, people ain't around only for the negativity. Oh yeah, correct. You're right about that. But some people come and check out what they want to check out. They might don't come and sit here as a collective, but I believe when this video is done, it'll be close to 1,000 views. Sometimes people just don't want to be seen in here, you know what I'm saying, at certain times. Sometimes people just always looking for the negativity. Sometimes I only pull up on some people's shit when some bullshit going on. You know? But I got some more 30s. Line locks say 30, so I definitely believe line locks now. Says 7, 30, 15 is weird. Yeah, that shit is weird. 40 say 30. Okay, I'm gonna go with the 30 because I see 2 tradesmen that's saying 30. No disrespect to the other people who said 7, 15. Oh, 15 was right. 15 was right. Who said 15? But can good. So you put up 2 though. You had to pick one or the other. Oh, you headed to your service call now? Yeah, salute to you, bro. Boy, you hold on. Oh, you headed to a call this late? See, that's why I don't want to be a service tech. Now, hey, CA HVAC, that boy make a good bit of money now. That boy make some good money. But you can be on the clock down there around the you be working damn near around the clock when you're running your own shit, man. You really have to put in that work. Salute to that guy. But shit, 6:30, boy, I be ready to go ahead and go home. But boy, hey, you got that newborn at the house, damn sure right, boy. Go get that damn money, boy. When you working for yourself, it ain't no more clock. That clock out the window. You say fuck that clock. I don't give a damn what time I go to work. I might go do some work at 12 o'clock at nighttime because it's for me now. You know what I mean? You'll do shit that you wouldn't do when you working for somebody, but you'll do it for yourself. But yeah, it was 15 days. The employee got 15 days to appeal that shit. So I'm pretty sure that's gonna be on the exam test. How many days do employee have to appeal a violation? So if they ain't got it out the way in 2 weeks. Yeah, it do get old, CA, but I said this earlier. I say sometimes when you get in the position where you got kids though, you like, damn. So, but once them kids go off and they on the college and they going on shit, in your relaxing days, looking back at that shit, it'll be like, damn, yep, I did that. It's a beautiful thing. It all will pay off. That shit do get old though. Trust me. And me, I like the new excitement. That's why I started traveling more and shit. I be needing something to keep me interested. After 5, they tax for the job. Hell yeah, he getting them after hours. But at the same time, see, Chris, we do get the same. We get different benefits than other jobs, though. Because yeah, it might get old. We might work like late hours sometimes and go through a bunch of bullshit. But sometimes when we be wanting days off and shit, we can take them. We be getting time off like during the winter time and shit slow down. Sometimes we get to stay home 2, 3, 4 days or whatever and this and that. Other people can't do that shit. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we get to go. Sometimes we don't have to get up at 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. We can start our day at 5, 9, 10 o'clock. We could sleep all the way in. We can stop by the house, get a little quickie or some shit. You know what I'm saying? If you're a service tech anyway, like he is, because he get to ride around. So he get to go home real quick. Probably kiss on the wife in between the job or something. So we have, it's a double-edged sword. It's a double-edged sword. We have our benefits. And if I'm on a commercial site, shit, most people don't get a break and a lunch break. See, when I'm on a commercial site, especially if I'm on a union job, we might start at 6 o'clock, but at 9 o'clock I get supposed to be a 15-minute break, but we always take 30 minutes. Unless it's a real strict job site. But most job sites, they're going to at least give you 20 minutes at the least. And that's when you get a little reset. You know what I'm saying? Eat your lunch, smoke your little blunt, get yourself back, your head back right. And then you take a lunch at 11:30. And then most job sites, they're going to give you 40 minutes, 45 minutes. And then, bam, 3:30 right there. So you working in 3-hour increments. Most people don't get to work like that. Your job, you better not. If you got a standing job at Walmart, shit, they better not catch your ass sitting down. If you work, a lot of people got jobs where they don't get to sit down, bro. We get to sit down. We get to work our ass off, but we get to take a break whenever we want to. That's the advantage that we have, CAHVAC, and our trade. We can work, but we get to break whenever the fuck we want to. That's one of the beauties about being a tradesman. Our shit look tough as fuck, but every hour and a half, nigga, we breaking. Don't be late to work today, Mika, and try to blame me. Get your ass to work on time now. You always want to blame me every time you late to work.
Lesson 12 of 17. Employer responsibilities. We've talked about your rights and responsibilities as a worker. Your employer also has many responsibilities to you. OSHA lists 18 different employer responsibilities and enforces them very seriously.
Why do you think employer responsibilities are taken so seriously? Employers control the conditions of the work site. That's one. Employers tell workers where to work and what to do. I agree there. Worker injuries and illness hurt the overall economy. I think all those apply. Why do you think employer responsibility take it so seriously? Yeah, I think all those apply.
No one should have to get hurt or sick for a paycheck. Employers have a lot of power over what you do for your paycheck. So they also have a responsibility to make sure you don't get hurt or sick. Let's look at a few case studies where employer responsibilities could come into play.
Salute, Polar Cap.
Responsibilities will appear in these boxes. They'll also explain how they tie into the case study.
Salute, Polar Cap. So employers who have a lot of power over, of course, we always know the employer has the power. If you're working for like a factory or something like that where you hardly ever see your boss, you need to know your what their responsibilities are. You need to know what your rights are. And you need to know that they can't just be firing you just because there's a safety hazard and you get giving them a warning. If they don't address it, like OSHA say, nigga, don't keep going to talk to them. file the complaint. Let them keep slipping like they slipping. Don't say nothing. Don't go putting shit on social media. Don't go running around the job telling everybody, talking shit. You know what I'm saying? Making it a big deal. Wait for those OSHA people to come. And they're going to try to go around and pick certain people to go and walk around with OSHA. This is where they depend on you to not know the OSHA rule. You're supposed to be like, excuse me, Mr. OSHA, sir. I need to talk to you. Can I show you? They can't deny you. And they can't fire you in retaliation. You take that OSHA official directly where the hazard at. Now, they going to be pissed off at you. Don't get me wrong. But you just got to be on your shit. You got to be on work on time. You got to, follow all the rules and shit. But OSHA will reward you if they have a reward with their little system or whatever also. I ain't saying don't do it for that reason because, they don't always do that. But sometimes they do. But if you really feel like it's something that's jeopardizing your health, don't hesitate to report it. Because they do got responsibilities and you need to make it home safe to your family.
Case Study 1, Trench Work. You're hired as a new employee for XYZ Construction. Their current job involves building pipelines in trenches.
Okay, so they're giving you a scenario. Trench work. You're hired as a new employee for XYZ Construction. Their current job involves building pipelines in trenches. Okay. That don't sound bad. It sounds like you should just be, digging out dirt. I don't know.
On your first day, you enter the construction trailer and meet your supervisor. You notice the OSHA poster with rights and responsibilities. He gives you a hard hat and safety glasses, then leads you outside. Employers must post the OSHA poster, or state plan equivalent, with rights and responsibilities. He starts telling you about your first task, laying pipe for a pipeline in a trench. A couple sentences in, he gets a phone call. He goes back into the trailer and stays there for a long time.
Now, take note. They say employers must post OSHA poster or state plan equivalent with rights and responsibility. But they show you how to snitch. They be like, boy, you better make sure them folks got that shit up there.
As you wait outside, alone, you see the trench is about 10 feet deep. It looks like the sides could crumble at any minute. There are also stacks of heavy pipes sitting right next to the edge of the trench. It wouldn't take much for them to roll down into it. Your employer must provide a workplace free from hazards. A deep trench is a serious hazard. Without protections in place, the trench could collapse on workers. Your employer must make sure workers have and use safe equipment. Your employer hasn't given you tools to safely lay pipe, such as braces or trench boxes.
Man, they give you the most craziest scenario. Now, you know damn well that ain't happening. Now, they could have did way better than that, but it is what it is.
Your supervisor finally comes out of the trailer. He tells you to get in the trench and get to work. Your employer must examine workplaces and confirm they meet OSHA standards before work begins. The trench was not inspected by a competent person before your work. Your employer must communicate safety procedures and health requirements. It's your first day, and your employer hasn't said anything about operating procedures. Your employer must give you safety training in a language you can understand. Your employer hasn't given you any training on how to safely work in these trenches.
So pretty much what they're telling you, if before you do any kind of work, your employer needs to give you very thorough training if there's going to be any kind of safety hazards around. This is required by OSHA. And trust me, I've seen plenty employers play with it. no Will Allen. I mean, they'll try you with all kind of unsafe conditions and shit, and kind of dare you to know your shit.
You point out the unsafe conditions to your supervisor. You tell him that, on a previous job, a trench collapsed and killed 2 of your coworkers. At first, he's taken aback. But then he explains it's been a rush to start this job and he hasn't had as much time as he wanted to prepare the site. He agrees you shouldn't work in a trench that could injure or kill you. He postpones the project for a few days while he develops safety training and shields the trench walls with trench boxes. A few days later, you start the new training program. It takes a few days, during which your boss is installing the trench boxes. Then you start work in the much safer trench. Case Study 2, Concrete Dust. Your construction company starts a new job, and you're tasked with sawing concrete slabs. Your supervisor gives you earmuffs for the noise, but no other protection. There's no water to wet down the concrete, so when you start sawing, it makes huge clouds of dust around you. You work like this for a full 8 hours. Employers are required to monitor the hazards workers are exposed to. In this case, they should be monitoring how much harmful dust or fumes are in the air to ensure that your exposure is under OSHA's exposure limits. When you get home, you blow your nose and see dark dust particles. You Google it and find out it's probably crystalline silica, a kind of concrete dust. You read that it's bad for your lungs. Employers should have a health and safety program. Your employer doesn't have any kind of program to train you in staying healthy while working with concrete dust.
If I was an asshole, the last company I was working with, I could have probably fucked with them a little bit, but they was good people. But I really didn't like that dust shit. That shit made me sick as a fuck. You gotta make sure you be masked up.
The next day you ask your boss about it. She says the company will send you to a clinic to talk to a doctor immediately. Employers must provide medical examinations when required by OSHA standards. Your boss wouldn't be required to send you to the doctor until after tests had confirmed silica exposure. But she did the right thing by sending you to a doctor before she was required to. The doctor confirms you should be worried about concrete dust because it can cause permanent lung damage. You tell your boss about the hazard, and she says she'll look into safety measures for the dust. For now, she gives you a respirator and asks you to keep going.
You're right, Unity. Unity says it's called job site specifics orientation.
After a few days, no safety measures have been put in place. So you file an OSHA complaint. When your boss finds out about the complaint, she's surprisingly reasonable. She says it's a painful process, but she understands your concern. She promises she won't treat you any differently. Employers are not allowed to retaliate against employees for exercising their rights. In this case, it's your right to file an OSHA complaint without worrying about your job or your hours. Your boss is doing the right thing by promising not to retaliate.
I ain't gonna lie though, they gonna retaliate. You, like I say, you better have your shit together, and you better do it the right way. Cause whether like you can prove they retaliating, but you know what I'm saying, they might feel some type of way. Your ass might not get that raise no time soon. But you know, they'll tighten up. If you seriously feel like some shit is wrong, you definitely know how to go about it. Oh yeah, okay. Unity say he talk shit about why he don't have a beard. He say he wears a respirator on his job majority of the time. So you need to be clean shaved. So if y'all wondering why Unity does not, that cuts off all his hair, because you know he don't want those fumes getting caught up in his beard, and you know it could be a hazard to his health. Salute for sharing that, Unity. So depending on what trade you're doing, you know, there's a lot of things you need to know about what you're gonna be working around. Everything don't apply to every trade, you know what I mean? But some shit applies to different trades that wouldn't apply to another. But they have to try to cover everything across the board. Like a lot of a welder wouldn't be on a ladder as much as a sheet metal duct mechanic or electrician or any of the other trades. So a lot of these ladder hazards to a welder is not really relevant as they would be to these other people. And vice versa, other things, you get what I'm saying? Like eye hazards and stuff like that when it comes to what they would need compared to what an electrician would be worried about.
Case Study 3, Chemical Exposure. You're assigned to strip paint inside a house.
See, like stuff like that, that wouldn't be relevant to a HVAC guy, because a contractor would most likely have the painters and electricians or plumbers or HVAC guys come at totally different times. So I wouldn't never have to be somewhere where I have to strip paint or something like that, because that ain't what my trade is. So, but they're covering shit like chemical exposure, and I rarely run into anything where I'm exposed to chemicals. The most that I probably be exposed to chemicals is probably if I'm doing a compressor change out, and when you're soldering in reverse, so you're putting a lot of heat around where the freon pumps, or the freon exchanges from a gas to a liquid when it goes back and forth through your house. So when you put that heat to the connection of the copper, and when it's coming loose, it creates a gas that is it's crazy. The gas, it'll knock your ass out in the blink of an eye. So it creates a fume, and if you're not ready for it right when you pull that shit loose, because usually you might have somebody that's helping you, because once you put enough heat on it, you can pull those pieces of copper loose. But the fumes that come out of there is freon mixed with the heat, and it creates a fume, and it takes all of the oxygen out of the air. And of course we breathe oxygen, so the minute that shit hits you, you know, you pass out. That would be something that an HVAC guy would have to be aware of. But a guy doing, you know, plumbing or something, or doing this right here, what they're talking about with paint, it would never be a problem to them. Unity say he's a journeyman plumber, pipe welder, 18 years journeyman. He say he breathes toxic fumes every day. Say fuck it, shit. Hey, I've known people who fucking replace asbestos for 20 years and shit. And, you know, it just depends. Some people, shit. I've known people who smoked for 50 fucking years, and, you know what I'm saying? Like, everybody's body is different. Some people's body can't take shit.
Case Study 3, Chemical Exposure. You're assigned to strip paint inside a house. Your supervisor tells you to use a paint stripping chemical and hands you a large bottle of it. The product's label is worn, and there are parts of it you can't read. Employers must use labels or signs to warn workers of hazards. No one can read the warnings on this label. In workplaces with hazardous chemicals, employers must train workers and have written hazard communication programs. You were never trained on this chemical's hazards, and your employer doesn't have a hazard communication program.
So pretty much telling you, if you work around somebody and they try to give you some shit to deal with that you can't read the labels, you don't have to use that shit. You tell that motherfucker, nah, I ain't fucking with that. I don't know what that shit is. And if they still make you do it, shit, don't argue with them. Shit, them folks got that hotline you could call, take some pictures.
You start in a small bathroom. You're concerned about the chemical vapors, so you turn the fan on. But it isn't enough. You start getting dizzy and confused. A few minutes later, a coworker finds you passed out. Your team rushes you to the hospital. You find you have internal injuries and have to stay 3 nights. The doctors say the chemicals gave you nervous system depression, lung inflammation, problems with liver function. You also got a mild concussion when you passed out and fell.
Damn, they just be making up some fucked up scenarios, but
You start in a small bathroom.
you start in a small bathroom concerned about the chemical vapors. You fucked up. Your team rushes you to the hospital. You find that you have internal injuries and you have to stay 3 nights. The doctors say the chemicals gave you nervous system depression, lung inflammation, problems with liver function. You also got mild concussion and you were passed out and fell. Damn. The hospital staff encourage you to get any information you can about chemical you are using. You call your boss and he sends you a safety data sheet, SDS, with details of chemical and its hazard. Employers must provide safety data sheets for hazardous chemicals in workplace. Your employer did the right thing by sending the information, but he should have given you the SDS before you started working with the chemical. So if you ever have to work with a chemical at your job, you can request a SDS sheet, which is a safety data sheet, to let you know what chemicals you are, dealing with.
The hospital staff encourage you to get any information you can about the chemical you were using. You call your boss and he sends you a safety data sheet, SDS, with details on the chemical and its hazards. Employers must provide safety data sheets for hazardous chemicals in the workplace. Your employer did the right thing by sending this information. But he should have given you the SDS before you started working with the chemical. It's a chemical called methylene chloride. Hospital staff use that information to improve your treatment. Here's what the first page of the SDS looks like. You can click or tap the image to zoom in.
Well, I would let one on come up here, but one thing I gotta do is this is a live OSHA TN training, so if I let it wait more than 15 minutes at any given moment, it'll time out. So I wouldn't want that to be at the wrong timing, but and I kind of want to go and get through this shit. But yeah, I'll drop the link for anybody that want to come up and throw anything in once we get to that point of because it's only going to allow me to do 7.5 hours, which that really ain't going to be 7.5 hours. It's saying we at 65% progress, I'm sorry. So this would be the safety data sheet, y'all. What they would consider a safety data sheet. If you feeling like you messing with something and you don't know what it mean, this is where you can come and look at and see the symptoms. You can see what the product type is, if it's a liquid gas or if it's a some kind of vapor gas, and it still might be Chinese to you, but you can definitely see the signs of if it's flammable, if it's toxic to your lungs, and everything else. See, danger, extremely flammable gas may have explosive mixture with air, contains gas under pressure, may explode if heated, may cause frostbite, may displace oxygen, cause rapid suffocation, harmful if inhaled, suspected to cause cancer, may cause damage to organs through prolonged and repeated exposure. So if you see all that on some shit, man, there's some shit that you don't need to be around all type of way. I'm just saying. But
your employer reports the incident to OSHA a few hours after it happened. Since you were hospitalized, your employer records the injury on the OSHA 300 log form. Employers must report work-related incidents to OSHA. Your employer did the right thing by reporting the incident quickly. And for hospitalizations, OSHA requires that employers report them within 24 hours. Employers must keep records of work-related injuries and illnesses. Your employer did the right thing by recording the incident. Your employer investigates the incident and finds the root causes. Since it was a severe injury, an OSHA compliance safety and health officer shows up on the job site the next day. The inspector advises your employer that worker representatives have to be given a chance to join the inspection. That includes union reps, if there's a union. He explains that if they join, their names must be provided to OSHA in case the inspector wants to follow up with them. Employers must tell OSHA inspectors which workers participated in an inspection. Your employer did the right thing by giving OSHA the names of the worker representatives. During the closing conference, the OSHA inspector says they think the injury was caused by a lack of training and poor ventilation. They say they'll talk to their area director and then send a list of citations. After your employer gets the citations, they post them near where the paint stripping is happening. Employers must post OSHA citations near the work area involved. It should stay for 3 days or until the violation is corrected, whichever is longer. Your employer did the right thing by posting the citations. They correct the violation in a few days. They give workers respirators and training. They also set up ventilation for the area. And where possible, they switch to using a less harmful chemical. Employers must correct violations by OSHA's deadline and submit proof that they're corrected. Your employer did the right thing by quickly fixing the safety problem. A few months later, you want to see if there have been any other incidents with chemical exposure. You ask to see incident records, and your employer gives you the 300-day log, a form that summarizes incidents each year. Employers must provide access to logs of work-related injuries and illnesses. Your employer did the right thing by sharing the 300-day summary. Summary of employer responsibilities. We gave examples of all employer responsibilities above. Now let's recap them. Employers must: 1. Provide a workplace free from hazards and comply with OSHA standards. 2. Examine the workplace to make sure it meets standards. 3. Provide and maintain safe tools and equipment. 4. Use labels or signs to warn you of hazards. 5. Establish, update, and communicate safety procedures. 6. Provide safety training in a language you can understand. 7. Have a written hazard communication program for chemicals and train you on those hazards. They must also provide safety data sheets. 8. Provide medical examinations and training when required by standards. 9. Post the OSHA poster with rights and responsibilities. 10. Report work-related fatalities within 8 hours, and all work-related hospitalizations, amputations, and losses of an eye within 24 hours. 11. Keep records of work-related injuries and illnesses. 12. provide access to incident records and post summaries of incident records. 13. Provide access to your medical records, including exposure records. 14. Give an OSHA compliance officer names of worker representatives they can ask to join an inspection. 15. Not retaliate against you when you exercise your rights. 16. Post OSHA citations at or near the work area involved. Each citation must remain posted until the violation has been corrected, or for 3 working days, whichever is longer. 17. Correct violations by the deadline set in the OSHA citation and submit proof they're corrected. 18. OSHA encourages all employers to adopt a safety and health program. If you notice an employer isn't fulfilling a responsibility, speak up. You saw several examples of this in the case studies above. Ask your supervisor. If the supervisor does not take steps to fix the hazard, escalate it to their manager. If you have a union, talk to your union rep. If those steps don't work, file an OSHA complaint. Your safety is a partnership between you and your employer. Your employer gives you safe conditions and training. You make safe decisions and bring up anything you notice. Lesson 13 of 17. Recording injuries and illnesses. All employers are required to tell OSHA when a worker suffers a work-related death, hospitalization, amputation, loss of an eye.
Loss of an eye.
Many employers with more than 10 employees must also keep records of all work-related injuries and illnesses.
Yeah, they gotta report that loss of an eye, but they come correct about that eye. I gotta give them that.
OSHA 300 log. OSHA classifies certain types of injuries and illnesses as recordable. Employers must record these incidents on a form called the OSHA 300 log. You can see an example of an OSHA 300 log below. You can click or tap the image to zoom in. When a work-related injury or illness happens, you should tell your employer. Be prepared to tell them. Names of workers affected. Location and time of the incident. Brief description of the incident. Contact person and their phone number. Employers with more than 250 workers have to send these records to OSHA every year. Smaller employers just have to keep the records for 5 years. You can also report incidents yourself. You can call the nearest OSHA office. Call the OSHA 24-hour hotline at 1-800-321 OSHA 6742. File a report online. If you decide to report the incident, be prepared to tell OSHA the information above, names of workers, etc., plus the name of the business. OSHA 300A log. A different form, the 300A log, summarizes all incidents from the previous year. Employers must maintain these logs for at least the last 5 years. You have the right to see these records at any time.
At any time.
Here's an example of the 300A log form your employer would fill out. You can click or tap the image to zoom in. You can also search these records on OSHA's site. Here's what an example search looks like. This search pulled up all accidents reported to the Long Island OSHA office in August of 2019. You can search for any time period or location you like. Each February through April, employers must post the summary for the previous year.
How might these 300 and 300A records help employers, workers, and OSHA? Filling them out Keeps people busy, kinda. Shit. They give workers an idea of what hazards they might face. I think so. They can show whether safety conditions are getting better or worse. Definitely. Because if you know how many people got hurt at the place that you're working, like, sometimes that it kind of in reality, when you ask these type of questions, people try to look at you as you some kind of problem starter, or you trying to check or something like that. But in certain situations, you might have to check these type of things. Or if they don't know, I bet OSHA will make their ass show the paperwork if they don't want to show you. They help employers figure out what protections to put in place. That's definitely yes. They help OSHA decide where to provide consultation, training, and inspections. I believe so. So I think the only one I'm gonna leave unchecked is filling them out keeps people busy. And we got that correct. All four of them. Good shit.
Records of deaths, injuries, and illnesses help employers, workers, and OSHA understand the safety of a workplace. It also helps them understand hazards so employers can put protections in place and prevent future injuries and illnesses. You can find links to these forms in the resources section of the course menu. Last points about recording. Learn more about recording incidents in the tabs below.
All employers must report deaths, hospitalizations, amputations, or loss of an eye to OSHA. The following should be recorded to the OSHA 300 log form. Any work-related injury or illness that results in a loss of consciousness, day away from work, restricted work, or transfer to another job. All employees must report deaths. Okay. So you can always go find out this information, it's pretty much what they're telling you. What they want me to click on. Oh, what to report. Okay. First aid. Minor injuries require first aid only do not need to be recorded in the OSHA 300 form, but your employer should still investigate what happened and address any hazard. So even if you get a little cut, you should always tell your supervisor, your foreman, or something like that. And I'm speaking in the trades world. Whatever happened to you, you need to tell them, and they need to be documenting that shit. Time requirement: employers must report to OSHA any worker fatality within 8 hours of any amputation, loss of an eye, hospitalization of a worker within 24 hours. Shit. That's the worst thing you want to have to experience. Electronic submission. There's online inquiry tracking application, ITA, that makes it easy for employers to submit records.
Lesson 14 of 17. Case study. Read the case study below and answer the following questions.
Okay, cool. We got a case study.
Your company is planning to build new residential housing on land that has not yet been cleared of trees and bushes. As you walk to the job site, you are bitten by a copperhead snake.
Damn. But they always got some super fucked up shit that happened to you. But that type of shit can happen to you. And that shit ain't got nothing to do with you on the job. All you was doing is going to check out the location and you got bit by a damn snake. Right, Iceberg. That little old cut make their ass pay the bills. Like I said, I stepped on a nail one time, you know what I'm saying, and it punctured through the skin. And I had to go over there to I had to go get a tetanus shot. But yeah. That's why you got to report that shit. And they had to report that little bit of shit, I immediately went and reported that shit to the foreman or the supervisor of the job, and they immediately tell you to get the fuck off the job and go to the urgent care. That's Now, damn, getting bit by a rattlesnake as soon as you get on the job, that's fucked up. That's some fucked up faith.
The snake punctures your leg through your jeans. From the training you received from the company a few months back, you remember that you should seek medical attention due to the venom. You are driven to the hospital by a coworker and are treated for your injury.
Yeah, I know this shit probably done happened before, but damn. I know some shit just be fucked up. It just be happening to you. Does this injury need to be reported? I guess you're going to need to report it regardless, but I don't think that's a own. They might deny that that'll be a own job injury. I don't know. It depends, man. If you there for the job, that would be considered. You just better not be off the clock. Trying to come after work or something, being that extra nigga. But yeah. Whose responsibility is it to make sure you're trained on the hazard of venomous animals? I said animus. Venomous animus. So whose responsibility to make sure that you're trained on hazards of venomous animals? OSHA's, yours, your employers. That's kind of tricky. Because it ain't too many jobs that you're gonna get and somebody's gonna train you about fucking poisonous snake. Even if you got a job and you say you are lawn care, you might run across snakes doing lawn care. Cause I remember when I was in prison and we used to have to we used to clean out the ditches and shit. We used to run across copperhead snakes all the time. So we'll imagine that if I'm a lawn care worker, or I'm one of those guys that work for the county or something, where I'm really taking it to those ditches, and that's probably why they give that kind of work to prisoners. I don't know if they're giving you some training about venomous snakes in that kind of work. So whose responsibility would it be to get trained in that? Would it be yours, the employees, or OSHA's? If I had to guess, an educated guess, I'm going to say yours. Because I don't see no employers, just on an everyday basis telling you what's the responsibility to be trained. It is your employers. That's the answer that they want.
Lesson 15 of 17. Wrap up. In construction work, you'll face many kinds of hazards every day. It's important to learn how to avoid injuries and stay healthy.
You're damn right.
That way, you can provide for yourself and your family for years to come. You should now be able to recognize types of workplace hazards. List your rights and responsibilities. Identify your employer's responsibilities. File a safety and health complaint. Outline the steps OSHA takes to address complaints. If you ever need to refer back to information about your rights or your employer's responsibilities, you can return to this module. You can also view the study guide for this module or find OSHA materials on their site. You're done with Introduction to OSHA module. In your course navigation, you can view the study guide for Module 1 and start the topic exam when you're ready.
Alright, y'all, so
Completing the module. Congratulations! You've finished the lessons in this module. You need to spend 50 minutes in this module to unlock the topic exam. This is to ensure that you spend 10.25 hours in the course and meet OSHA's requirements to get your completion card. If you need to spend more time in the module, consider returning to the module's lessons or reviewing the study guide. This is also a good way to prepare for the topic exam. You need to pass the topic exam to complete this module. Lesson 16 of 17. Study Guide. Module Learning Objectives. 1. Recognize types of workplace hazards. 2. List your rights and responsibilities. 3. Identify your employer's responsibilities. 4. File a safety and health complaint. 5. Outline the steps OSHA takes to address complaints.
I guess they ain't gonna read this for me.
Module Summary. Learning Objective 1. Recognize types of workplace hazards. Congress created OSHA in 1970 with the Occupational Safety and Health Act, OSHA Act, to make workplaces safer. A key component is identifying and addressing workplace hazards as early as possible to help prevent injuries and illnesses. Common types of hazards include unstable walls, safety hazards, unsafe conditions that can cause burns, cuts, amputations, broken bones, electric shock, or death. Chemical hazards, harmful chemicals, including gases, liquids, or dust, that can get into the body through the nose, mouth, or skin. Biological hazards, living things, including plants, animals, or germs, that can cause diseases, allergic reactions, bites, or poisoning. Physical hazards, environmental conditions that can cause sunburn, dehydration, frostbite, or hearing loss. Ergonomic hazards, working conditions that can cause back, shoulder, or neck pain, discomfort, strains, and other injuries. Work organization hazards, workplace issues that can cause stress. The hierarchy of controls outlines the best way to protect workers from hazards by eliminating them from the site, substituting them for something else, reducing workers' exposure with engineering safeguards, also called engineering controls, instituting safety policies, also called administrative controls, providing personal protective equipment, PP, to protect against the effects of the hazard.
Okay, so I just screenshotted those two, so just in case, I believe that there's going to be an exam question that's going to probably ask me some, a lot of questions concerning what we got here. Module learning objectives. Recognize type of workplace hazard, list your rights and responsibilities, identify your employer's responsibilities, file safety and health complaints, and outline the steps OSHA takes to address the complaints. So that's pretty much what we learned in this, what they're saying, I guess, is 50 minutes of, well, I know we did way more than 50 minutes. Unless I've been talking a lot and they only covered me for 50 minutes of this OSHA course. But this is at least the first part of it, which is the introduction to OSHA.
Learning Objective 2. List your rights and responsibilities. Under OSHA, workers have 9 rights. 1. To speak up about hazards without fear of retaliation. 2. To receive workplace safety and health training in a language they understand. 3. To work on machines that are safe. 4. To receive required safety equipment, PP, such as gloves or a harness and lifeline for falls. 5. To be protected from toxic chemicals. 6. To request an OSHA inspection and speak to the inspector. 7. To report an injury or illness and get copies of their medical records. 8. To review records of work-related injuries and illnesses. 9. To see the results of tests taken to find workplace hazards. Worker responsibilities include following the company's rules and using safety equipment. Learning Objective 3. Identify your employer's responsibilities. There are several things employers must do. In addition, employers must not discriminate against employees who exercise their rights under the OSHA Act.
So provide a workplace free from serious recognized hazards. Provide workplace free of serious recognized hazards. Comply with the OSHA. Examine workplace condition. Make sure they conform with OSHA standards. Use color codes, posters, labels, signs, warn employees of potential hazards. So, this thing want to be slick. It want to make me do all the reading when you do the subtitles.
Learning Objective 3. Identify your employer's responsibilities. There are several things employers must do. In addition, employers must not discriminate against employees who exercise their rights under the OSHA Act.
So they skip all of this. Keep records of work-related injuries, provide medical examinations and training, establish, update operations procedures, and communicate them. And then you have to provide a workspace free from serious recognized hazards. So that just, anything that just tells you what you're going to be working around. But it wants me to click on every last one of these. Develop the implication of written hazard communication program, train employees, hazards exposed to proper. Okay. Report to the nearest OSHA office, all work-related facilities within 8 hours, all work-related inpatient hospitalizations, all amputees, all losses of an eye within 24 hours. So pretty much whatever happens to you, you need to be reporting that shit immediately within 8 to 24 hours, depending on what kind of if somebody got killed. Of course you can't report it, but somebody need to be reporting somebody within 8 hours. I can't say you, whoever the person died can report it. But provide OSHA with compliance officer names of people authorized and employees representative who may be asked to comply. Let's pretty much get an inspector to come through. Post OSHA citations at or near the work area involved. Correct citations. Correct cited violations by the deadline set to OSHA citations and submit required abandonment verification documentation. It's just pretty much telling you to report this shit.
Learning Objective 4. File a safety and health complaint. The first thing you should do if you notice an unsafe situation is talk to your supervisor or employer.
Yeah, you're right.
If you need to file a complaint with OSHA, you can do it online, via fax, mail, email, by phone, in person. OSHA's Whistleblower Protection Program protects employees from retaliation for reporting concerns about hazards or violations. OSHA might inspect a workplace if there are severe injuries or deaths on site. There are complaints of hazards or violations. OSHA will also do random inspections in high-hazard industries. Learning Objective 5. Outline the steps OSHA takes to address complaints. The OSHA investigation process includes: there are 6 categories of violations. 1. Serious, when a workplace hazard could cause an incident or illness that would result in death or serious physical harm unless the employer did not know or could not have known of the violation. 2. Other than serious, a violation that has a direct relationship to job safety and health but is not serious in nature. 3. Posting requirements, a violation for failing to post an OSHA-issued citation at or near the place where the violation occurred. 4. Failure to abate, a violation when the employer has failed to correct a citation that OSHA has issued within the required time frame. 5. Willful, a violation in which the employer either knowingly failed to comply with a legal requirement, purposeful disregard, or acted with plain indifference to employee safety. 6. Repeated, a violation in which the employer has been cited previously for the same or a similar condition. All employers are required to tell OSHA and record incidents on the OSHA 300 log when a worker suffers a work-related death, hospitalization, amputation, loss of an eye, The 300-day log summarizes all incidents from the previous year.
Presentation of credentials would be the compliance, safety, and health officers, OSHA inspectors, arrive on site. So when them folks show up, they present their credentials, which include both photograph and serial number. So presentation of credentials, that's what they mean by that. The OSHA folks, OSHA police. Opening conference, the officers hold a meeting with your employer, the company's environmental health and safety manager, and a few of the representatives of the workers. They describe what and how they'll inspect, how they'll conduct private employee interviews, and how the employees will participate. So pretty much once you call OSHA and they come up there to show up on the shit, they'll just huddle up. They'll try to get them to bring a couple of employees, which they always gonna bring their ass kissers. They're gonna try to pick out their ass kissers. And then they just go about it however they go about it. But like I said, you got the right to just wave down the officer yourself and say, hey, I got an issue right here. You know, and they can't stop you, they can't retaliate on you, none of that shit. So walk around. That's pretty much, you go with them with the walk around. You really want to tell them something, you can pull them over to the side because they're gonna do a walk around with the superintendent, with the foreman, lead mechanics, you know. The compliance officer and the representative walk around through the work site. Then you got the closing conferences when they pretty much all gonna huddle together and tell you what they find, what the issue is, and how they gonna discipline it. Tell you whatever it is that they found.
Knowledge checks.
Jerome just started a new job with a renovation company. His supervisor asked him to begin tearing down ceiling tiles. Jerome finds a ladder and sets it in the middle of the room and begins the job. As he climbs, one of the rugs breaks and he falls. Damn. Bringing the ladder down on top of him. What type of hazard is this? Well, damn. That's a good question. It's not gonna be a physical because it's, you know, it'd probably be a safety hazard. And we were correct on that. This is definitely a safety hazard. It's from that ladder. That was more of a process of elimination question there. So your employer just came out with a new set of operating procedures after one of your co-workers was injured on the job. What type of safety control is this? So he put together some new operating procedures after one of your co-workers was already injured on the job. So, that might be engineering because he's probably building some handrails or something because somebody fell off or something. So we'll go with engineering. It was administrative. That's cool. Engineering controls keep people away from hazards. An example would be installing guards on equipment. But it did say your employer just came out with a new set of operating procedures. Okay, procedures, I guess that wouldn't mean equipment. So, cool. It's those keywords sometimes, y'all. Keywords. At what point will OSHA inspect officer access training records? Most likely it'll be during the presentation of the credentials. At what point will the OSHA inspection officer access training record? No, it'll probably be at the opening conference Probably be at the opening conference before they start doing the walking around. Or doing the walk around. Okay. Well, that's why it's training. These questions
Key
here
terms and definitions. Please review the
these questions here aren't the exam. This is the training of it. And this is why you just get to pick on stuff. Because when the exam come, you'll know which answer you got wrong when you was just guessing off the top of your head or giving an educated guess.
Key terms and definitions. Please review the terms below and match the key terms on the left to their definitions on the right. You can find the full list of terms and definitions in a screen reader accessible format below the matching activities.
All right, so what we got here, key terms and definitions. You can find the full list of terms and definition in the screen reader accessible format below matching activities. So we got the chemical hazard, a harmful chemical that can get into the body through nose, mouth, or skin. We heard about that earlier. So we're just going to skip this part because we went over this part. I think this part is just... or not skip over it, but we're trying to go ahead and get to the exam.
Key terms and definitions. Please review the terms below and match the key terms on the left to their definitions on the right.
Oh.
You can find the full list of terms and definitions in a screen reader accessible format below the matching activities.
Okay, I see what's going on. You can kind of shift these things around. Okay, cool. I was wondering, I was like, okay, why it's not doing that? Okay, let's start right here at the bottom. Biological hazard. Anything that could cause an injury or illness, working condition that cause pain, harmful chemical get into your body through the mouth, nose, mouth. Okay, is it gonna let me? Well, damn, it ain't let me swap these damn things around like it should. Well, I shouldn't have to drag these around. Most of these are in the right spot. See? Yeah, most of them are in the right spot. Completing removing the hazard from the site. No, that ain't right. Find another way. Change the people away the hazard for equipment used for protection. Yeah, so this should be down here. Okay, there we go. There we go. See, now it's sticking in there the way it's supposed to. So they're supposed to connect like that. So let's try this then. Bam, that's it right there. That's how it go. I was like, damn, why is this thing not working? Okay, so now we can figure out this. Anything that could cause injury or illness, we're gonna put, that's gonna be a hazard. this is gonna, I guess this is gonna go right there. Bam, bam, bam. I think that's correct. A harmful chemical that, no, I think this and this need to switch up. A harmful chemical that can get into the body through the nose, mouth, or skin. Biological gonna be living things that can cause diseases, allergic reactions, bites, or poisoning. And then orgonomic hazard is gonna be a working condition that can cause back pain or other injuries. And I forgot what this hazard was called. Anything that could cause an injury or illness. Okay, so I think all of those are correct. Bam, bam, bam. That'll teach you. Yes, sir. Got all of them correct. Alright. So the next one's going to be elimination. The system used in industry to minimize or eliminate exposure and hazards. That sounds about right. Can I? Okay. Personal protection equipment used to protect workers from the effects of a hazard. I'm sorry. Hierarchy of controls change the way people work so they avoid the hazard, keeping people away from the hazard, finding another way to work that isn't hazardous. I think that's going to connect there. Substitution, administrative, keeping people away from the hazard, changing the way people work so they avoid the hazard. That's going to be more administrative right there. Hierarchy of control, keeping people away from the hazard. Engineering control, completing removing the hazard from the site. Completely moving away from the site. Let's see how we did on that. Ah, man, I fucked that up. So this should have been 6. This should have been 6. Complete removing hazard from the site. And that would have been elimination. Hierarchy. A system used in the industry to minimize or eliminate exposure. So 1 should have been up here and 6 should have been at the bottom. And this should have been at, I don't know, it's 3 of them. Say 3 of them right, 3 of them wrong. 3 of them right, 3 of them wrong. My mouth dry as a motherfucker. I need to get me some water. Alright, that's why we learn. That's why we're learning. What did I mix up? Completely removing a hazard from the site. Engineering controls. That should have been right here. Engineering control should have been keeping people away from the hazard. And 6 should have been 1. Complete removing hazard, which would have been eliminated. See, I seen the word eliminate right there, so of course I use elimination, but that's the trickery. So here we got strain, stress, work organization hazard, physical hazard, safety hazard. Environmental condition that can cause sunburn, dehydration, frostbite, or hearing loss. That's gonna be oh man. Boy, I know we went over this shit. And this definitely is testing your brain about what we just went over. Oh, thank you, baby. concentrating, y'all. I'm trying to remember what it was. I remember going over this at the beginning of when we started doing this test. A large or severe demand on strength, resources, or ability. I think that's going to be a physical hazard. A string would be subject to pressure or tension. Work organization hazard. I think that's going to be conditions of burns, cut, amputation, broken bones, electric shock. Safety hazard, environmental condition that can cause sunburn or I don't know. I think these two might need to switch up. Well, hey, this is just test. So let's just take a swing and see what happens. Damn, I got one out of all that. I fucked that all up. Oh! I fucked that all up. So stress should have been up. Well, I wish they'd let me try that again. Alright, let's start from the bottom. I like to start from the bottom. Unsafe conditions. A person who informs a person or organization engaged in, that would be a whistleblower. So let's start right here with that. Standard. Any undue or reasonable hazard to life, limb, or health. Idea or a thing used as a measure, norm, a model, or cooperative. I think this is going to be standard, and I think this is going to be unsafe condition. Bam! I had to get my confidence back with that little bit. Shit. Okay, personal protective equipment. Okay, let's move. That would be completely removing the hazard. Find another way to work. It isn't hazard. Keeping people away from the hazard. Changing the way people work. Equipment used to protect the workers from hazard. So let's do that one first. Okay, so we got that out the way. Administrative. A system used in industry to minimize and eliminate. So that's going to be here. Bam. Then we got hierarchy, changing the way people work so they can avoid the hazard. Substitution, keep people away. Elimination, find another way that isn't hazardous. Engineering control. I think this is gonna go right there. Let that go right there. Alright, let's try it this time. How many we got wrong? Just one. Should have been 3. Hierarchy, a system. Gotcha. So changing the way people work to avoid elimination. Should have been administrative. Okay. Alright. Players fuck up too. We got it.
Key term. Definition. Administrative controls, safety policies. Changing the way people work so they avoid the hazard. Biological hazard. A living thing, including plants, animals, or germs, that can cause diseases, allergic reactions, bites, or poisoning. Chemical hazard. A harmful chemical, including gases, liquids, or dust, that can get into the body through the nose, mouth, or skin. Elimination. Completely removing a hazard from the site. Engineering controls. Safety measures that keep people away from the hazard. Ergonomic hazard. A working condition that can cause back, shoulder, or neck pain, discomfort, strains, and other injuries, such as carpal tunnel syndrome, tendinitis, and trigger finger. Hazard. Anything that could cause an injury or illness. Hierarchy of controls. A system used in industry to minimize or eliminate exposure to hazards. Personal protective equipment, PPE. Equipment used to protect workers from the effects of the hazard. Physical hazard. An environmental condition that can cause sunburn, dehydration, frostbite, or hearing loss. Safety hazard. An unsafe condition that can cause burns, cuts, amputations, broken bones, electric shock, or death. Standard. An idea or thing used as a measure, norm, or model in comparative evaluations. Strain. A severe or excessive demand on the strength, resources, or abilities of someone or something. Stress. Subject to pressure or tension. Substitution. Finding another way to work that isn't as hazardous. Unsafe conditions. Any condition that poses or constitutes an undue or unreasonable hazard or risk to life, limb, or health of any person on or about the property. Whistleblower. A person who informs on a person or organization engaged in an illicit activity. Work organization hazard. Workplace issues that can cause stress, short-term effects, and strain, long-term effects. Resources, sources, and links.
Okay.
Downloadable version. Click the file below to download the study guide. You can review it offline and/or print it. Time you spend reviewing offline does not count toward the 10.25-hour completion requirement.
I guess I'll just download it anyway, just for the fuck of it. For a little cheat sheet when I do take the test. I've been making a little cheat sheet.
Lesson 17 of 17. References. Resources, sources, and links. End of module. You have come to the end of this module. If you have spent the required time in this module as noted below, click or tap the close button at the top of the screen to return to the course homepage and select the next available module. If you have not met the time requirement, you will need to spend more time reviewing the contents of this module.
Well, I know I done did that. I done spent extra time. Damn, I wanted to see how long I spent on that shit. Total time spent on course 4.55. Also shit. Y'all, we halfway through this shit. We right here at 5 hours, man. 5 more hours. But at the same time, I still got a long way to fucking go. It's all good though. So we gotta take the exam. I'm a little nervous about taking the exam in front of y'all. I get 3 tries at it though. But if I don't take it right now, I'm definitely gonna forget about it later. If I don't take it right now. Hold on, y'all. Let me use the bathroom before I take this exam. Let me at least be relaxed. Let this shit sink in. You gotta let this shit sink in. And then we'll get into the next part of the OSHA. Matter of fact, I might need to take a little break and get me something to eat. Then come back, OSHA focus for hazards. Because the next we got fall hazards. And then we got a whole bunch of shit to go. Whole lot of. So if y'all want to hang around, that's cool. If not, I got to do it regardless. It's part of the job. Yeah. And we might have to do 30. We might have to do OSHA 30 real soon. So if y'all think this is some shit, wait till we have to do 30 hours of this shit. But we're 5 hours through a 10-hour, supposed to be a 10-hour shit. But we definitely are not 10 hours. We definitely are not halfway through as far as these things. But the rest of them might not be as long as just the introduction. No, I'm timing you out, bro, because, see, you don't understand that some shit ain't meant for you to sit in here and troll. I'm trying to teach people something where they can learn, and you've been a distraction in my chat with the dumb shit. So that's why I'm timing you out. If you come in here to learn something, that's one thing, but you want to be, you know what I'm saying, just do dumb shit. So you distracted my chat. So if you can't respect that, then I'ma fly your ass out again. I'ma fly all your channels out. But hold on, y'all. I'm about to take a break real quick. Let me go use the bathroom. Y'all chill for a minute. I'll be right back. Exactly. See, this is a course that a lot of people don't get to see, or a lot of people don't get to, because you have to pay for this. So this is, you know what I'm saying, this gonna help some people out. It's gonna help a lot of people out. So I would rather them be paying attention to the message that's in the that we're going through right now, the teaching that we're going through right now, instead of a class clown. I'm pretty sure you used to get kicked out of the classroom all the time, ain't it? Being a class clown. Kids trying to learn, and here you is distracting them. Not calling y'all kids, I'm just saying in general. Alright, hold on real quick. Let me pull up a music video or something while I use the bathroom. And I ain't even gonna put a goddamn diss video up. I'ma just chill. We gonna have a clean chat. I mean, we gonna have a clean live this live. So let me just find a song or something to play. Shout out to my dog Crucial K, Boss Man Blake. I'm gonna play one of their songs. One that I know y'all like. We got a lot of good reviews about it the other day. So we'll play that joker back.
This fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot. I've been the truth since the beginning. It's time to put these niggas' mind in the right place and make these niggas show respect in the right way. I'm a big dog, you niggas just a lightweight. And I chin check a nigga for what he might say. So many dark nights, a lot of bright days. Serving junkies at the guard, so many night plays. Too many niggas walking around with these pipe dreams. I know what it might say. Got the crown on the right, king. You looking at the boss, nigga. Ain't no might be. I know they tired of me. These niggas, they won't fight me. But more than likely, they sweeter than and some ice cream. Catch me on the right scene, I promise I'll be Billy D. So tell me, who the one that made your team? Who the one that made your roster? I ain't asked the king. That saddens me. Now you just made some tragedy. Now it's a waste of time for you pussy niggas to battle. All this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot.
It's
I've been the truth since the beginning.
Hey, hi hater, goodbye hater. Assalamu alaikum, I holla later, no holla later. My mind on paper, split your tomato. Hasta luego. Bout to hit the fucking block with a circle the size of an ego. Bout to spread the block. I'm all on the bread like some mayo. You a tough guy, so you say so. Bullets be size of tomatoes. The way these niggas be capping, I hope your head fit this halo. Then I go dig up in your hole. Then I say bye ho, I got ghosts. I been the truth in this, that's why she let her cruise shit. I'm slightly retarded, so you know I gave her that stupid dick. This is not a word, but y'all gotta know I'm the truthest. Leave your head where the roof is and leave your mouth with no tooth is. Stay in her mouth like a toothpick. I'm easy, cool and ruthless. She called me Bill Cosby cause a nigga stay in her pudding. Nigga, my pimpin' game old like a nigga named Rufus. It's about to get ugly like Whoopi. Y'all niggas is goofy.
Now all this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning.
Yo, Crucial Gang,
See
what
these
up?
niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot.
What up?
I've been the truth since the
This that
beginning.
big boy talk, straight from the stove top. No one is damn sick, better get your damn Clorox. So weatherman predicting snow, that's when my birds flock. I'm tryna lock down the coast, you tryna lock down the block. That's a big difference, 3.5 ball pitching, 7 grams quarter water whipping, 28, now you old flipping. Gotta move low key cause niggas snitching. Money talking, my palm itching. What you smoking, what you sniffing? Got medicine for your sickness, my stomach growling, I gotta get it. I'm bagging up the damn epidemic. Got a vaccine for when you're itching. Side effects, you might start twitching. I must admit this shit wicked. Sold my soul for every digit. I'm the best in the booth or in the kitchen. My crown heavy, my head dipping. I'm timeless, nigga, I age different. No cut, my weight different. King shit on the throne sitting. Red dots is no missing. I body shit, I'm the mortician. Who bigger than me, go get 'em. I'm in this booth, I'm grave digging. I'm button pushing, I'm bold because I'm wrong with it.
All this fucking king talking, my nigga, I beg to differ. You waking up a killer, I'm talking about a gorilla. I'm so sick of pussy niggas and how they get in they feeling. All that talking, I'ma end it. I've been the truth since the beginning. Who say they bigger than me? I wanna know. I've been the truth since the beginning. See these niggas, they just talk a lot. You can meet me in the parking lot. I've been the truth since the beginning.
Salute to the chat, salute to the chat, salute to the chat. Everybody good? We good? I had to go get my dinner too, y'all. Alright, let me slip back, pull back on the screen. Alright, let's get this uh-oh, here we go. Alright, let's see what we're looking like. Alright, y'all. I turned off my camera for a second. But I'ma still let the lady talk. But I'm eating my dinner right now. I got some lamb. I got some broccoli and carrots. So Nice little plate right here. So I'm gonna turn my camera off for a little bit, and I'm gonna try to let the white lady read as much as possible. But let's continue. Oh, I gotta do the exam. So let's take this exam real quick. And I got 3 shots at it. I just gotta get a 70% to pass it. Y'all please don't if the people in the chat are starting to get too distracting, please just time them out. Time them out till we're done with this. Cause you know, I don't want people, this is important information, and this is information that everybody should know. And if you're distracted by bullshit, I give y'all permission to time it out. I'm trying to let them chill in here, but if you're gonna come in here trying to get your cronies to get in here and be with the bullshit, distracting people, we can do without it. All right, let's go on. Let's do this exam. This exam has 15 questions. Get at least 11 right to pass. Each attempt on the exam will take about 10 minutes. This time counts towards the 10.25 hours you need to complete this course. How topic exams work. You get 3 attempts to pass. Each attempt will feature some new questions. If you fail your 3rd attempt, you'll have to repurchase and retake the course. Take your time reviewing the lesson and study the guide. You can navigate to them in the introduction OSHA module. If you fail an attempt, review any topics you missed so you can pass the next time. Start topic exam when you're ready to begin the topic exam. When you're done with the exam, close the module and go back to the course home page. From there, you can restart the exam to take it again, or you can move on to the next module. All right, y'all. Y'all think I'm ready? Put a 1 in the chat. Y'all think I'm ready, man? Or y'all think I need to study some more? Y'all think I'm ready? Alright. Fuck it. I'm gonna do my thing. I'm still eating my dinner, y'all. This damn lamb. Boy. Wait, anybody, y'all like lamb? Lamb is my favorite meat. No, I don't know. It's between lamb and goat. Do y'all eat lamb and goat? But I love me some lamb. All right, let's do this. You believe that you've been retaliated against after filing the OSHA complaint. How long do you have to file a whistleblower complaint? Oh, was that the one that was 15 days? But I think that was how long they got to appeal it. I don't think that was the complaint. If I've been retaliated, y'all help me out on this one. Cause I remember we had the 15 days when the employer have how much time they have to appeal it. So we don't want to confuse it with that one. But as a whistleblower, if I was retaliated against, how long do I have to file a complaint? Was it 30 days? I believe it was 30 days. You say I'm not gonna look into not gonna look into what? The book? I'm looking in the chat. I'm looking in the chat. You said Mika said 15, Iceberg said 30. So what, somebody wrong already. Now remember, we seen it say 15 when it say how long do an employer have to appeal? That was 15. Now we're talking about the whistleblower, not the employer. Damn, I'm trying to get somebody to break the tie. I got one person say 15, one person say 30. I think it's 30. I see 2 30s. 30 was right, y'all. 30 was right. 30 was right, y'all. Alright. You notice that a power cord on a miter saw is worn and getting frayed, creating an unsafe situation. What is the first thing you should do? Use another saw with a better cord. Let your supervisor know. Make sure it still has ground prong. File an OSHA complaint. Now, you shouldn't file an OSHA complaint just because you see a cord, torn. That's a waste of OSHA time. They're not going to come out there because there was one cord fucked up. Now, if they already out there, and they see it, they'll just take it and throw it away. But we're gonna eliminate that answer. Make sure it still has grounded prong. No. So it's got to be between this. Use another saw with a better cord. I believe that's what it'll be. Or letting your supervisor know. But most likely, if you can just find another cord with another saw, that would be the best thing to do. And then you can still let your supervisor know also, so they can get a new cord and let them know that you're about to throw away that cord that they got. But it's kind of a 2-answer question, but obviously they only want one. So it's saying, you notice that the power cord on the miter saw, so it's not an extension cord, it's the cord that's on the saw. So what's the first thing you should do? Use another saw with a better cord. But if you don't have one, then you let your supervisor know. See, look at that bullshit. I guess, damn. I didn't look at, my bad, y'all, my bad. I didn't even look over there. Everybody was telling me let the supervisor know, and my dumb ass, my fault, y'all, my fault, that's my fault. I should have took y'all advice. Because that's the answer they want. Me personally, I would have just used a different saw and went on about my business. But I guess that's the fucked up thing. You're supposed to report it to somebody. Now, how long does OSHA have to issue a citation and propose penalty? I believe it was 2 weeks. Yeah, y'all told me. Y'all told me. How long does OSHA have to issue a citation and propose penalty? Damn, 6 months. I'm tripping, y'all. I'm about to fail this shit. Your manager sends you to a safety training to learn how to use a new tool, but it isn't the language you speak. What should you do? Let your manager know you need training in the language you understand. Now this shit better not be no shit about you need to go ask some coworkers to train you on how to use the tool. Now let your manager know you need training that in the language you understand. Let me look in my corner. I am giving y'all the choices. Here, you look at the choices with me. I think the chat a little bit behind. Or let me look right here. There might be a delay in the chat and when I'm actually putting it up. Everybody say the first one. I agree. I agree with the first one. Yep, that's right. I'm just trying to make sure I look at the chat before I click these shits, thinking that, moving too damn fast. You're working alongside painters. When they mix chemicals, it creates a lot of toxic fumes. What is your employer's responsibility to you in this case? Find ways to limit your exposure to the fumes. Provide safety hazard pay to compensate you. No, that's definitely not it. Provide over-the-counter headache medicine. No, that's definitely not it. Provide you with additional PPE like face shields. Face shield wouldn't prevent you from fumes, so it'll definitely be find ways to limit your exposure. I'm gonna see if y'all agree. Do y'all think number one is the right answer for this? You're working alongside painters. When they mix chemicals, it creates a lot of toxic fumes. What's your employer's responsibility in this case? I believe it would be find ways to limit your exposure to the fumes. But the other options are provide hazard pay to compensate you, provide over-the-counter headache medicine, provide you with additional PPE like face shields. Sorry, y'all. This lamb is banging. First one. All right. Yep, we good. We good. Your supervisor sends you to the training course on how to safely operate a forklift. A forklift. What kind of hazard control is this? Substitution. I don't think that'll be it, because you're not replacing anything. Engineering. Nah, because you're not fixing anything. Administrator. Now, I think that's what it'll be, because they're pretty much teaching you how to use some kind of machine to help take the workload off. Or personal protective equipment. So let me read the question again. Your supervisor sends you to a training course on how to safely operate a forklift. What kind of hazard control is this? Yeah, I think that's administrative. What y'all think? What y'all think? 3? I think y'all a little delayed than I am, so I'm gonna give y'all a second. What y'all think about this one? Bam. All right. If you notice a hazard at work, when should you file a OSHA complaint? As soon as you recognize the hazard and its potential harms, after you've done some research on the hazard, if you point out the hazard to your employer but they didn't fix it, after the hazard hurts someone or makes them sick. Now we know that's not going to be an option. My choice is going to be C. As soon as you or I don't think neither one of these are going to be it. So. Okay, good. All right, we got 7 more to go, y'all. We got 7 more to go, and I think I only could get 2 more on. So I need 5 out of 7. A co-worker fell off a ladder, and he had to be hospitalized. How quickly does your employer have to report this injury? If he ain't dead, he got 24 hours. According to what they said now. But I don't know if they're going to try to switch the answer up for this one. Okay, 24 hours, cool. At least I remember that. Of the 6 type of hazards, which of the following is a safety hazard? Slippery floors, lead paint, mold, or loud noises? Damn, this one here tricky. Safety hazard. Lead paint, that's going to be a chemical hazard, so we can eliminate that. Mold. I think that'll be a biological hazard. Mold. I think we can eliminate that. Loud noises. I believe it might either be, it's going to either be loud noises or slippery floors. Slippery floors. The question was, of the 6 type of hazards, which of the following is a safety hazard? I think it's either going to be slippery floors or loud noises. All right, I'm going to go with the majority rules. Noise is environmental hazard. You got a great point there. Thank you, y'all. We got that right. It's definitely important to get these last couple right, so thank you there. But we never saw that in the practice exam. We never seen anything about any slippery floors in the practice exam. Loud noise is a hazard, because if you're working on the loud site, then you can mess around and not hear somebody saying, look out below. Because I've seen that happen. People be dropping stuff, but they can't hear when somebody's saying something. But I get what y'all saying. I was just thinking in a different format, but I know y'all smart. We all, man. But sometimes, it just depending on sometimes how you ask a question. So it depends on how somebody comprehend the question. So I think I just comprehend the question a little different. So Melanie Queen, you're definitely right. I just comprehended it a little different of what they were saying. Right, you're right, Melanie Queen. See, I'm thinking about in my HVAC instance. So, like I say, a lot of this stuff, it applies to different trades in different ways. So, okay, so we got 5 more questions left, y'all. And like I said, we're only can afford to miss 2 of them. So, OSHA has issued a citation to your employer. How many days does your employer have to appeal it? Oh, we know this one. That's 15. I know that one. I remember that one. But I'm going to let y'all refresh my memory just in case. Last time I didn't check with y'all, I got 2 of them wrong. Sorry, y'all, I was smacking y'all ear. But I just fucked that lamb up. Oh, man. Man, I fucked that lamb up. Mary ain't got no little lamb no more. 15. Alright. I'm gonna click this 15. Y'all, hold up, man. I gotta go wash my hands. My hands greasy. Give me 1 second. All right, y'all. All right. So next question. Hey, that question is meant to mix you up, Lion Locks. It's meant to mix you up. That's why they keep giving you them questions with the 30 and the 15 to 30 so you can get it mixed up. That's just how that EPS testing it was with all the questions. They pretty much mix up a lot of shit and try to get you to try to remember. They'll have you remember a whole bunch of shit just to ask you a minimum of shit that they had you remember. Like this shit, like I wouldn't have expected these questions. Your employer just received an OSHA citation for your work site. What does your employer have to do next? File an appeal, post the citation at the work site, find out who filed the complaint, fix the problem OSHA cited. Now, this is kind of tricky. I believe he has to post this citation at the work site, but also fix the problem. And shit, he might not have to fix the problem if he's filing the appeal. So that can be a thing too. Yeah, salute Unity, salute. You know I'm rocking with Unity. So oh, you took this test in college, Teran? Now this question here, you gonna have to I need to cheat off your paper with this question here now. I need to cheat off y'all paper with this question here now. I ain't gonna lie, but this question it feels like a 2-answer question. I feel like post the citation on the work site could be, the right answer. Fix the problem could be the right answer. And file an appeal, because shit, they might not feel like it is a real citation. They be like, hold on, we ain't did nothing wrong. File an appeal. I ain't got to fix this problem here because we got an appealing process. Or post the shit on there while the appeal going through and fix the problem. So it's like, I need to cheat off y'all test on this one. You say, ask the question again. Your employer just received an OSHA citation for your work site. What does your employer have to do next? A, file an appeal. B, post the citation at the work site. C, find out who filed the complaint. Or D, fix the problem OSHA cited. All right, what we got? B, post at the citation. All right, I'm gonna rock with y'all on that one. Well, you guys were right. All right, got 3 left. An OSHA investigation is about to happen on your site. What's the first step of the investigation? The investigators interview workers about the potential violation. The investigators present their credentials to the supervisor on site. That's what I think it would be. The investigators meet with your employer and the health and safety manager. The investigator tours the site and inspect the area where the incident happened. A coworker has been diagnosed with tendinitis. This could be a result of which hazard? I think that would be a biological, because it probably will come from some type of Well, no, maybe work organization, because maybe that would come from a lot of hand cramping type of shit, or origamic. Is that what it's called when you just the stress? So if he had tendonitis, that would be in the foot, right? Arthritis is in the hands, tendonitis is in the foot. So that probably would come from what? A lot of foot motion, walking, what? See? Yeah, origamic, that's gonna be salute Unity. That's what I had it at first, Bishop Kerr. I'm trying to think of which one was the one where you probably been, you done pretty much worked the strain on your body. So I know it ain't safety and I know it ain't biological. It's either origamics or work organization. Work organization is when they put together methods to prevent it. So I think you're right, origamic. Good shit, good shit. You're replacing ductwork and find a hazardous substance. What type of hazard is this? Biological, I believe. I believe this is going to be biological. What up, Duran Walker? I'm gonna go with biological. Got it right, y'all. I got it right. Last one, y'all. I can miss this if I want to. Y'all. We definitely got, about 10 in a row, because we was about to fail this motherfucker. You mentioned to the company's safety officer that you noticed an unsafe condition on your site. If your supervisor find out you talked to the safety officer, which of the following actions would be retaliation? Bring you to their office for a private follow-up conversation? Transferring you to a different job site? Talking to other workers to verify your claim? Requesting that you formally write up your concern? Transferring you to another job site. I believe that would be retaliation. And I'm yeah, even if I get this wrong, we'll still pass. So I think I got it right though. Yep, we got it right. You can file a whistleblower complaint if you experience retaliation for asking for safety information about on-site chemicals, reporting a work-related injury or illness, requesting copies of OSHA regulations, or participating in OSHA inspection. So if you get fired for any of that stuff, y'all, you can file a retaliation complaint. It's your right to file an OSHA complaint. It is illegal for an employer to punish you in any way that includes getting demoted, transferred, fired, given fewer hours, etc. 87%, y'all. We was that close. Like I said, 2 more wrongs, but we was fucked up. All right, so we got past the first part. Now we got fall hazard topic exam, OSHA focus for hazards fall. So I don't think this one is going to be as long as the first 4, because we had course orientation, and then we had course orientation exam, then we had introduction to OSHA, and then we had the OSHA exam. So I don't think the rest of these are going to be as long as that first one. Now, what time we got right here? All right, hold on 1 second before we start in this. Well, I can go ahead and play it. All right, so we're going to OSHA fall. We got introduction, fall hazards, common fall prevention, protection, guardrails, safety nets, personal fall arrest system, covers, edges and openings, scaffolds, aerial work performance, ladders, fall protection plans, employee responsibility, your role for fall safety, wrap up, study guide, and references. All right, if y'all thought we were done, we just getting started. So fall protection. Let's get into it. This wouldn't concern a lot of people, but some people it's very important.
Lesson 1 of 17. Introduction. True story, permanent spine damage. On May 3, 2007, a worker was operating heavy machinery. He was standing on concrete cylinders about 3 feet high to reach the controls. Lesson 1 of 17. Introduction. He slipped from the cylinders and landed face first.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Although the fall was only 3 feet, he landed hard enough to injure his back. He'll suffer back pain and limited movement for the rest of his life, and he needs chiropractic care 3 times a week.
Damn. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Hold up. Which of the following safety measures could have prevented this injury? You could choose multiple responses. Building a permanent platform instead of using concrete cinders. Hold on, what was the question? What they said happened to Buddy? They say a worker was operating heavy machinery. He was standing on a concrete cinder block about 3 feet high to reach controls. He slipped from the cinder, landed face first. Although 3 feet, he injured his back. What he could have did, build a permanent platform instead of using concrete cinder blocks. Yep, he definitely could have did that. Guardrails on the side of the platform. Raised edge along the platform. I guess it could put guardrails, but cool.
2 of the above measures could have helped. Click or tap each card to flip and review. And 2 of the measures probably wouldn't have helped.
Alright, y'all, my bad. I had to go grab something out the kitchen real quick. Alright, we can fly through this a little bit faster because I understand that these questions they really don't matter if you get them right or wrong. They're kind of just educated guess, kind of jogging brain kind of questions. So let me read the question again because I had to step out. 2 of the above measures could have help. Click or tap each card to flip and review. Permanent platform would likely have fewer uneven surfaces, so that's what they're meaning by permanent platform, somewhere to stand at. Like y'all see the whatever that is, I can't remember what it's called. Scaffold. And 2 of the measures probably wouldn't have helped. What is this? Guardrails. Guardrails could have stopped from falling off the side of the platform, although OSHA doesn't require them at the height of 3 feet. They could have been a good idea. So nobody's gonna put no fucking guardrails on. If you're standing on top of a brick, you're not gonna put no fucking guardrails on the side of you to stop you from falling. That's stupid. So I don't know why they just tried to penalize me for not clicking guardrails on the side when you're talking about a fucking somebody standing on a brick 3 feet high. But of course, you know, you got to be careful of those kind of questions when they answer you ask questions. Okay, so this would be considered, you know, a flat surface with guardrails. A toe board is used to prevent objects like tools, paint cans roll off the edge that would probably stop a worker from falling. So yeah, you use these little gates to stop little small shit from falling off your shit. While a hard head can prevent concussion from fall, it would not have prevented the fall itself. It also would not have prevented the back injury.
Whether you're working underground or on a high-rise, slips, trips, and falls are a threat to your safety. Many workers encounter these hazards every day. In this lesson, you'll learn to discuss how to identify fall hazards, explain how to avoid fall hazards, describe how to recognize problems with guardrails, safety nets, and other safety measures. Explain the use of personal protective equipment, PP, to protect yourself from falls. Spend at least 1 hour and 15 minutes in this module to unlock the topic exam. Then pass the topic exam to complete the module. Lesson 2 of 17. Fall hazards. Types of fall hazard.
Alright, what scenarios do you think are fall hazards? Small hazard in the subfloor? Yeah, that's a fall hazard. If you fall through that motherfucker. Low hanging ceiling fan. Nah, that's a safety hazard. Uncovered extension cords running across the floor. No. A ladder with uneven ground. Yeah, that's a fall hazard. Water spilled on cement. I'm sorry. Water spilled on cement. Vehicle travel aisles. Nah. So water spilled on cement, that's a fall hazard? And uncovered extension cords running across the floor, I guess. That's more like a trip hazard, but if they say it's a fall hazard, it's a fall hazard. We'll remember that for the exam. That's all this is getting prepared for the exam. Ain't nothing wrong with getting them wrong.
A fall hazard can be anything that makes you lose your balance, lose your footing, or lose contact with the ground. It could be a slippery surface like wet tile, a trip hazard like a loose power cable, a hole you could trip on or drop something through, an opening big enough for workers to fall through. There can be floor openings and wall openings. An unprotected edge, meaning anywhere a worker could fall off a floor, roof, or platform. An unsafe scaffold. An unsteady ladder. Falls are the most common cause of deaths in construction. Almost 1 in 3 deaths in construction are from a fall.
And that's real shit. And I think I don't take that as serious enough. Because I see a lot of times, y'all see me, I be on the ladder, and, you know, I feel like I'm an acrobat on the ladder. Because, you know, I'm so comfortable on a ladder. But the most common ways people die is from a ladder. Because when you got to think about it, when you fall off that ladder, if you fall off of it, most likely it's because you done touched the power line and that you ain't supposed to touch, so you just got knocked unconscious. Or you can hit something on your way down, and that could be a way that you could really hurt yourself on the ladder. But that's crazy that, you know, ladder falls are 1 in 3 deaths in construction come from falling off a ladder. Many lethal falls happen at the height of 15 feet or higher. Under 15 feet. I think it's under, actually. Yeah, under 15 feet. You don't have to be that high in the air to, you know, fall off a ladder and die. 15 feet, that might not be that high, but shit, if you coming straight down off a ladder and you fuck around and hit your head, it could be over for you, Jack. It could be over for you.
It's not the fall that kills you, it's the sudden stop at the bottom. Douglas Adams, author of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, 1979. Falls from any height can cause death or injury. That's why it's so important to have fall prevention and protection on every job site, even when you aren't working very high off the ground.
Yeah, they right. It ain't the fall that's gonna kill you. But one thing you know, that ground ain't gonna move. Yeah, that ground ain't moving. That concrete harder than your body. A car running into a brick wall, that brick wall ain't moving. That car gonna move before that brick wall gonna move. That's kind of how it is when you falling off a ladder. Cause you falling on the concrete floor. Your head gonna crack before that brick crack. Before that concrete crack. You believe that. Best believe that. Believe that there. I ain't never seen a goddamn concrete that dented in. Nigga, you ain't Hancock. You better be Hancock or something. They got that nigga there like he a professor saying some shit like that. Nigga, you ain't have to quote no shit like that. Anybody could have told you that.
Lesson 3 of 17. Common fall prevention and protection.
Yeah, they survive on Funniest Home Videos because they ain't falling on no concrete floor. They falling probably in the bushes or falling, you know, on a wood floor or something. But like on a new construction site, them bitches all concrete floor. Shit. Ain't gonna be no American Home Funny videos about that. Gonna be your damn noodles. Okay, what we got going on here? What it say?
Lesson 3 of 17. Common fall prevention and protection.
Hierarchy of controls. I don't even know what the hell that. What do you think the most common ways to deal with fall hazard? Okay, I don't know.
It's rare that we can substitute fall hazards. For example, we usually can't choose to do roof work on the ground. But there are many other common ways to control fall hazards. Employers can prevent falls from happening. And when falls happen, employers can protect workers from injury. Fall prevention. Elimination, engineering controls, and administrative controls are fall prevention measures. They prevent you from falling in the first place. Elimination would mean installing systems that make falls impossible. For example, if you completely cover a hole in the floor, no one can fall through it. Engineering controls use equipment and technology. For example, a guardrail can keep workers away from edges or stop a fall.
What are some ways elimination and engineering controls could fail to protect workers? Choose all that apply. They could be maintained poorly. I believe that's one of them. Workers might not understand them properly. Yeah, that can be one. People could be in too much of a hurry to set them up. That can be one also. They could break under more force than they were designed for. That can, yeah. I think all of these can apply to this question. What are some ways elimination and engineering control could fail to protect workers? Yeah, being maintained poorly. So, say you got a hole that you covered up with a piece of wood that was in the floor. If you put a fucking piece of dry rotted wood over it, it ain't really doing no good. You still gonna step over that motherfucker and step in the hole. So, having something that's maintained poorly, that would do that. Workers might not understand them properly. Yeah, because you might put, sometimes you might outline an area that somebody does not need to go into because there might be something that's dangerous. Motherfuckers will still go under the yellow tape that you got around that shit because they don't understand the danger that you're trying to tell them not to go into. But I don't know if they're going to consider that an answer. But that's why I clicked on workers might not understand them properly. And people could be too much of a hurry to set them up. Sometimes, yeah, people will be like, okay, I know this is a safety hazard, but I got to get this job done. So I'll do it at the end of the day, but then they forget to do it at the end of the day. So that's kind of why I clicked that. That happens. And like they said, could break under more force than it was designed for. Somebody might put a piece of wood over a patch of something patched up on the roof, and then you got 4 or 5 people standing in that same patch of space and don't really realize, you know, that it was too much space. So, I mean, too much weight. So I think all of these could be true. Yep, all of them but one. Workers might not understand them properly. Okay, cool. I'd rather get 3 right and 1 wrong than 3 wrong and 1 right.
Elimination and engineering control measures are the best way to reduce fall hazards. Sites often combine them with administrative controls to make falls even less likely. These usually involve training and signage to help workers recognize and avoid fall hazards. They can also involve policies or procedures that limit how often workers encounter fall hazards.
What are some ways administrative control could fail to protect workers? Supervisors don't enforce them. Yeah. People don't take them seriously. Yep. Signatures distracts workers and breaks their concentration. Signages. I'm sorry. I don't think that'll be one. The policy are out of date. I don't think that's one. There's not enough training on them. Possibly. Policy and training are written in the language not all workers understand. That shouldn't be one because usually when they put up a sign, they have it in both English and Spanish. But administrative control, that means that they should be doing things to prevent you. So if they need to be able to tell you in the language they are. But I've been on job sites where we've had English speaking foremen and Mexicans working for us, or we've had Mexicans that barely speak English. So these tests don't always reflect what's really going on out there in the job site. But hey, we can't get nothing wrong right here. We're learning what's on the exam, so I'm gonna pick it anyway. And it happened to be right. Only one that I checked that I didn't check. Oh, I checked that wasn't right. No, I didn't check policy or out of date. I didn't think that would be one, but it's interesting to know that that would be one. So like I say, as long as more of them right than wrong, I'm cool with that.
Even with elimination and great engineering and administrative controls, falls can still happen. That's why, in addition to preventing falls, most sites use fall protection as well. Fall protection. PPE and other protective gear are fall protection measures. When a fall happens, they stop workers from hitting the ground or limit the damage of the impact. We usually can't completely eliminate fall hazards. That's why it's critical to use a combination of measures to prevent falls from happening and to protect workers from the falls that do happen.
I feel like I'm like a cat though. I've had ladders that I've felt over on, but I always land on my feet. I've jumped off of ladders, almost fell off of ladders, and damn near landing on my feet most of the time. But I can imagine falling off of like a 10-foot, 12-foot ladder, or like a extension ladder or something like that. You ain't gonna always be as lucky. But every time I fell off a ladder, I've always kind of, But I don't want to knock on wood though.
When is fall safety required? In general, when someone could fall 6 feet or more, employers must provide guardrails, safety nets, or personal fall arrest systems, PFAS. These 3 systems are known as conventional fall protection. Note that OSHA fall protection standards begin at 4 feet, which requires fall protection to be used, but 6 feet is generally used as the baseline for workers. Later, we'll discuss each of these conventional fall protection systems in detail. Special cases. There are a lot of special cases when it comes to fall safety. We'll talk about 3 special cases later in this module. Scaffolds. Aerial work platforms, AWPS. Fall protection plans for when conventional fall protection won't work. We'll talk about 2 more special cases in other modules. Preventing falls related to cranes and derricks module. Preventing falls from stairways and ladders module. And there are some special cases we won't cover in this training. Steel erection. Tunneling. Construction of power lines. Construction of broadcast equipment. In the cases above, there might be different requirements where fall safety can start higher than 6 feet. But many job sites simplify this and always start at 6 feet. Use safety measures at 6 feet. In some cases it's required, and in others it's just a good idea. There can also be times when safety measures make sense below 6 feet. Some sites set their own requirements for fall protection at lower heights. The accident we read about earlier, where a worker fell off a 3-foot platform, is a good example of why a site might choose to require fall safety at lower heights. OSHA has different requirements for different industries. For example, in general industry OSHA requires fall safety to start at 4 feet. Safety measures. There are some fall safety measures that are less common. These can be harder to put in place or only useful in special situations. As a result, sites tend to only use them when conventional fall protection would be impractical. We'll look at those less common measures later. For now, we'll look at the conventional ones: guardrails, safety nets, and PFAS. We'll also look at covers, with Lesson 4 of 17. Guardrails. Guardrails are barriers near edges and openings. There are a few ways they can prevent workers from going over an edge or into an opening. They can keep workers away from edges and openings. Workers can hold them to keep their balance. If a worker starts to fall, the guardrail can catch them.
What kind of control is a guardrail? That's going to be, I believe, an engineering control. Keep people away from hazard. What y'all think? I'm going to go ahead and click that. Yep, that's right.
What's wrong with this picture?
What's wrong with this picture? It does not have a guardrail. This guardrail is not up. People could fall under the rail. Yeah, people could fall right here. See, that's why this wire got to be tight so people will know not to step over here. Because somebody could be backing up. Whoops. Fall in here. What? It doesn't look sturdy. It doesn't look sturdy? It looked like it need, well, I could be wrong. Cool.
You should know how to spot unsafe guardrails. OSHA requires guardrails to have. Here's a diagram of OSHA's requirements for guardrails.
Alright, top rail. Top rail stop working for falling on the hazard about 42 inches above the floor. Mid rail stop working for falling under the top rail about 21 inches under the floor. Able to take on 150 pounds worth of force. A toe board is debris netting along the floor at least 4 inches high. Keeps things from getting knocked over on the edge. Yeah, you don't want nobody getting hit in the head down there. Then you got the post. It supports the rails, ensures the guardrail will be strong enough. If the guardrail is wood, it will have to be closer than 6 feet apart. Steel and pipes are stronger. If the guardrail is made of those, posts can be 8 feet apart. Here's the diagram of OSHA's requirement for the guardrails. You gotta have posts and rails, 2x4s over the top. The posts gotta be 6-inch minimum from each other, and they have to be at least 42 inches long. So what you would do is you would find some 4x4 posts, and you would cut, you would make them 6 feet apart as you mount them. And the 2x4s that go across, you want to put them on there just in case you got like somewhere where it's an open window, anywhere that people might fall over. If you use pipe, you do the same thing. 42 inches high, you need the pipe to be half-inch diameter, and they need to be 1.5 inches and 8 feet apart. Toe boards, they need to be 4 inches away from the actual guardrail, and that way, if people knock over debris or whatever, they're not knocking over debris over the what's name. for people down there to be getting hit on.
Safe or not?
Is this safe or not? Which part of the guardrail might not meet OSHA requirements? I would say probably the toe board. Because I don't see no toe board up here where it will stop anything. I could be wrong, but y'all tell me. Y'all tell me what y'all think that's wrong with this. Which part is not safe? I say it's the post rail. I think they need something to stop, you know, debris from going over. What y'all think? I would put toe board. Salute, Kevin. Salute, salute, salute. Let me try to see what that is. Yep, that was correct. Oh, damn, it could have been a mid rail too. I didn't realize it was missing a mid rail. Which parts of the guardrail might not meet OSHA requirements? Okay, so it looked like they got a toe rail right there. It looked like they got their posts. Top rail, mid rail, toe rail post. I don't know, it looks safe to me. Yep. It was safe. It looked safe to me. Now this is all fucked up. Which part of the guardrail might not meet OSHA requirements? That shit ain't got no. It ain't got no mid rail. It ain't got no toe board. It ain't got no post. Well, hold on. Is that a post? Yeah, it got a post. And shit, it look like it got a top rail. Just ain't got no mid rail. Ain't got no toe. So let's see. Oh, it was just missing the mid rail. Shit, I don't see no damn toe rail. But it is what it is. Okay, this guardrail is 30 inches tall, and the mid rail is 12 inches off the ground. Which part of this guardrail might not meet OSHA standards? Well, first of all, it's supposed to be 42 inches tall, and the mid rail is supposed to be 21. So that looked like was the problem, but top rail and mid rail. Not quite. Oh, the post also. So I missed the post also. So it was the top and mid, but I missed the post. That ain't bad. Okay, if you spot an unsafe guardrail at a job site, what should you do? Keep doing your work? No, that's not an option. Place a flag, barricade, or sign to warn others. I would do that and then go advise the supervisor, but I know the answer probably gonna be advise the supervisor immediately. Stay in the area, keep others away from the fall hazard. I would warn people. File an OSHA complaint. Nah, we ain't gonna do that just yet. So sometimes I will stay in the area and I would tell somebody else to go get a supervisor. That way I can warn people to stay away from it while somebody go get the go tell a supervisor. Or if I'm going to tell a supervisor and nobody else is there to, you know, tell people not to go into the safety area, I would put a flag on there while I go let a supervisor know, or like the superintendent on the job site, or if, you know, if you're running foreman, but if you just, you know, or if you're a lead mechanic and no foreman is there, sometimes you just got to go let the job supervisor know, the site supervisor. So I think I can choose more than one, so I'm gonna go with place a flag. Okay, I was right. I was right on the 3 that I chose. Cool, cool, cool. That'll work.
If you see a guardrail that won't do enough to prevent falls, tell your supervisor immediately. You should also place warning signs and stay in the area to keep anyone from accidentally falling. Parapets. Parapets are walls around the edge of a roof. They're part of the building itself. Parapets can be used as guardrails if they're the right height, which is about 42 inches. For parapets that can't be used as guardrails, you can install guardrails on them to make them safe. Here are 2 examples. This parapet isn't quite 42 inches tall, so a guardrail had to be added. The parapet is taller than 21 inches, so it can serve as the midrail. That means the added guardrail doesn't need a midrail of its own. Here's a guardrail on top of a parapet. Because the parapet is shorter than 21 inches, the added guardrail also needs a midrail. Lesson 5 of 17. Safety nets. Safety net systems catch falling workers.
What kind of control is the safety net system? I guess PPE limits the fall or its damage, changes the way people work, keeps people away from hazards. So, oh damn, I should have known that. I don't know why I put PPE. It's just the way that they put the little parentheses beside it. I just figured since it says limits the falls or damage. Safety nets should always be as close as possible under the working surface. Why is that? To reduce installation costs, to reduce the chance of injury when it catches a worker. It makes it clear to receive worker. It makes it easier to retrieve workers. To prevent a worker from breaking the net. Well, let's try those 3. One of them was wrong. Make it easier to retrieve workers. Okay.
If the net is closer, the worker won't be falling as fast when it catches them. That makes it less likely they'll be injured or break the net. Safety nets should never be more than 30 feet below the working surface. They also have to extend out far enough to catch someone who's falling away from the structure. If the net is more than 10 feet below, it has to extend out at least 13 feet. If the net is closer, the worker won't be falling as fast when it catches them. That makes it less likely they'll be injured or break the net. Safety nets should never be more than 30 feet below the working surface. They also have to extend out far enough to catch someone who's falling away from the structure. If the net is more than 10 feet below, it has to extend out at least 13 feet.
Currently, safety nets aren't used as often as fall safety measures. Why do you think this is? They don't stop you from falling, they're hard to install, they're hard to maintain, they look ugly, they get damaged easily. They don't stop you from falling. They do stop you from falling, but they're probably hard to install and hard to maintain, and they get damaged easily. I'll try those 3. Let's see. Okay, I got 3 out of 4 right. I should have put they don't stop you from falling too, but we got most of them right.
Safety nets don't stop you from falling. They only stop you from hitting the ground or a lower level. That means there's more potential for injury than if you didn't fall. Falling objects can easily damage them and make them less effective. They also have very specific requirements for installation and maintenance. Using them can require an investment of time, money, and labor. For example, safety nets need to go through drop tests, where you drop a heavy object onto them and make sure they hold.
When do you think you need to drop test a safety net? Immediately after installing it? Probably every week. Every time you move it. Every time you repair it, yeah. Either every week or I think it'll be every week. I want to test that motherfucker. I don't know about every 6 months, so let's try that. Not quite. Damn, they should put every 6 months. How the hell you gonna check that shit every 6 months? Man, that shit could, man, hell nah. I put every week. I still think I'm right by every week.
Safety nets need to be drop tested after installation, after getting moved, and after repairs. If they stay in place for a long time, they have to get drop tested every 6 months. Your supervisor has to keep a record of these tests. Nets also need to get inspected every time something could have damaged them. For example, they should be tested after a heavy storm or after they catch something heavy like debris or a worker. When that happens, a supervisor or knowledgeable person must look at the net for any damage.
Damn, Mika, you be going through hell at work. She say a worker spilled some hot liquid on her. It turned out to be chicken broth. You say he ran after he did it? Jeez. Alright, how often should objects get removed from a safety net? Before the next work shift? I'm going to put before the next work shift. That's right.
If something falls into a safety net, it needs to get removed before the next work shift. This is critical for fall safety. For example, let's say some steel pipes fell off a roof and landed in a safety net. What if someone fell into that same net? They could land on the pipes, or the pipes could roll or bounce onto them. Lesson 6 of 17. Personal Fall Arrest Systems, PFAS. A personal fall arrest system, PFAS, is a full-body harness. The harness has a D-ring where a lanyard attaches. The lanyard can be self-retracting, like this one. Self-retracting lanyards, SRLs, work like a car's seat belt. They extend and retract as you move, so you don't have extra material in your way. When there's a sudden, fast movement, they lock up. The other end of the lanyard connects to an anchorage point. If you fall, after a certain distance the PFAS will stop you. A PFAS is also a last resort means of fall protection. There are many ways it could fail and many ways workers can make mistakes while using one. A common mistake is workers not bothering to tie off to an anchorage point.
My bad, y'all. When I was choosing that answer, I forgot to take my mic off mute.
For example, on a November morning in 2008, an ironworker apprentice was moving materials across metal decking. He fell through an opening. He was wearing a full-body harness, but he hadn't connected it to an anchorage point. He fell 15 feet and died when he hit a steel beam on the deck below. A fall can happen at any moment. If you have a PFAS, make sure you use it.
Now that is tragic. And y'all seen me plenty of times up on the lift. If I don't connect that damn what's the name, man, it could be ugly for the kid. For an anchor point to stop your fall without risk of breaking, how much weight must it be able to support? 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds, 2,500 pounds, 5,000 pounds, 10,000 pounds. I think it's 2,500. I'm not sure. I can't remember how much it need to be able to support. I'm gonna have to take an educated guess. Do y'all know? If somebody give me an educated guess of how many pounds should an anchor point support? I believe it's 5,000 pounds, if I'm not sure. I gotta take an educated guess on this one. Alright, well, I'm going to take an educated guess. I'm going to go with 2,500. I think it's 5,000, watch. Yep, it's 5,000. Duh, I need to go with my first instinct.
Another common mistake is anchoring a PFAS to something that isn't sturdy enough. Falling can put a lot of force on an anchorage point, much more than your body weighs. An anchorage point must be able to support at least 5,000 pounds, or the weight of a pickup truck. Otherwise, it could break instead of breaking your fall. So don't tie off to any old pipe or ceiling fixture.
Now that's a big 10-4. 5,000 per employee. Now I know that's how much it carried, like in a bulk holster and in a lift and all that stuff like that. I guess I should have chose that for that. I knew it because I said it, and I still went with 2,500. When workers use PFAS, employers are required to have a rescue plan. This is a plan to retrieve workers who are hanging from the PFAS. Why do you think it's important to rescue workers quickly? Because you hanging in the air, motherfucker. Shit. But you probably can get like most likely it'll be cutting off the circulation to your legs and your arms. So you want to get some. If somebody is falling and they getting caught by their harness, is most likely gonna be cutting off their circulation. So time spent hanging is wasted. Nah, they might get dehydrated. That's possible. The PFAA could fail or break. I think that'll be more of the logical answer. Hanging in a position can be unhealthy. That too. I'm gonna put hanging in that position can be unhealthy. Yeah, that's right. Because that shit will cut off your circulation.
While a worker is hanging from a PFAS, they can't move much. This can cause blood flow problems. In as little as 30 minutes, a worker could pass out, suffer organ damage, or even die. This is sometimes called suspension trauma. Wearing a PFAS. You have to put your PFAS on correctly for it to protect you from a fall. To learn how to put your PFAS on correctly, you'll need in-person training with a competent person. You need to see the harness and try it yourself. But for now, here are the main points of wearing a PFAS. Hold the harness by the rear D-ring and shake it to allow the straps to fall into place. Place your arms through the shoulder straps, without entangling the webbing. The D-ring should sit right between your shoulder blades. Adjust it if necessary. Tighten the leg straps. With a flat hand, you should be able to fit your fingers under the strap. Tighten the chest strap so that it falls directly on your chest. Adjust all the straps so they're snug but don't restrict your full range of motion. PFAS harnesses are not one size fits all. If you can't get it to fit right, you might need a different harness. Fortunately, there are a variety of harnesses meant to fit people of different shapes and sizes. Here's a chart of common harness sizes. Also, many manufacturers make different harnesses designed for all employees.
When you're choosing pieces of your harness and connectors, they should all be made by the same manufacturer. They should all be made by different manufacturers. The manufacturer doesn't make a difference. Yeah, they need to be made by the same manufacturer. Because some of them have different clips and stuff like that that probably won't fit with your harness. So that'll be the safest way to go. Yeah, that's right.
All pieces of your harness and connectors should be made by the same manufacturer. The PFAS is designed, made, and tested as a system, and it may not be as safe to mix and match equipment. Here are a few more things to consider. Check the weight requirements of your harness. For example, typical harnesses have a minimum weight of 130 pounds and a maximum weight of 310 pounds, including tools. Every project is unique. Always check with your supervisor or a competent person about what anchorage points to use. Inspecting and maintaining a PFAS. A PFAS can suffer wear and tear over time. This could make it unsafe to use. A frayed strap could break or a rusty buckle could snap. You wouldn't want to discover that during a fall. Each time before you use your PFAS, inspect it. Look at the buckles and straps for any corrosion, scrapes, cuts, or tears. Ensure all tags are visible and still legible. A competent person should inspect your equipment every month. Every 6 months, they need to document their inspection.
A competent person just finished their monthly inspection of the PFAS. Do you need to inspect it before you put it on and start working? Hell yeah. I don't give a damn if you competent or not. I gotta be competent to check it behind you. Y'all, when we finish this part, damn, we got a long way to go. I think I'm about to come to a breaking point because I'm getting a little tired looking at this screen. So I'll come back and y'all can, we can continue on with it. I'll probably come back in the middle of the night, but I'm gonna take a break from this shit for a little while after we finish this personal fall arrest system.
You should always inspect your...
Oh shit. You should always inspect your harness yourself before you work. Conditions of harness can mean the difference between life and death. Would you completely trust someone else to make that call? You have a PFAS, but only use it a few times a year. When should you consider getting a new one? Every year. Oh, every 5 years. Okay.
Even if a PFAS doesn't experience wear and tear, it can still corrode or lose strength over time. Check when the manufacturer recommends you retire your PFAS. For example, most recommend retiring a PFAS about 5 years after you first start using it. The first time you use a piece of equipment, write the date on the manufacturer tag. Then it will be easier to know when you should retire it.
You were issued a PFAS from another worker. No one wrote down the date when they first started using it. How else could you tell when to retire a PFAS? See how old the scraps and metal parts look? Start counting from the date you got the PFAS. Check the date the PFAS was manufactured. That'd be more accurate.
If no one wrote the date of first use into the harness, you can check the date the harness was manufactured. All harnesses have it marked somewhere. Clearance distance. The lanyard on a PFAS is the rope or webbing that connects you to the anchorage point.
Alright, let's say your lanyard is 6 feet long. Will it protect you from a 6-foot fall? Hell no.
It's not as simple as making the lanyard as long as the fall. There are a lot more factors at work. You need to consider all of them to make sure your PFAS will protect you from a fall. For example, lanyards don't stop you immediately. They have a lot of stretch to them. A 6-foot lanyard with a shock absorber might stretch more than 3 feet.
Why do lanyards stretch so much? So they don't break, to spread out the impact of the fall, so they don't limit worker movement too much, to reduce stress on the anchorage point. I'm gonna try to reduce stress on the anchorage point. No, to spread the impact of the fall. Okay.
When lanyards with a shock absorber stretch, it allows them to gradually slow you down. That spreads out the impact of a fall. If they stopped you immediately, that wouldn't be much better than hitting the ground.
Okay.
Here's the full list of factors that affect how a PFAS needs to safely stop a fall. The length of the lanyard. How much the lanyard stretches, also called deceleration distance. How much the harness will shift or stretch. The distance between the harness's steering and your feet, working height. A safety factor zone in case something goes wrong. So for a 6-foot lanyard, there would need to be 18.5 feet between the anchorage point and the ground for the PFAS to stop your fall. The diagram below explains why.
So of course they got the ideal way of that you're gonna fall. Nobody's gonna actually fall this way, but if you fail the proper textbook way, that's how it will save you.
Tying off. Finally, your PFAS definitely won't stop a fall if it isn't connected to an anchorage point. It's important to understand when to tie off. Different trades and different sites can have their own policies and recommendations. For example, steel erection workers, welders, decking crew, and detailing gangs are required to tie off when they're 15 feet above the ground. Workers who connect steel must have the equipment and anchorage points to tie off at 15 feet, but are only required to tie off when they're 30 feet high. Ask your supervisor about your site's policies and recommendations. We've covered guardrails, safety nets, and PFAS. These are the systems OSHA most commonly requires when workers could fall more than 6 feet. Now let's look at one more system you're likely to see on sites: covers for openings and holes.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna make that a stopping point right now, so I can take me a break. Like I said, I'll be back later. No telling what time I might come on. It might be 1 o'clock in the morning. Might be 6 o'clock in the morning. But I gotta get it done. So whether I be on here and do it with y'all or I do it by myself, it got to get done. So I hope y'all enjoyed the lesson. Learning what's your rights on the job as far as OSHA wise. So we had fun. I had fun. I appreciate y'all for helping me get through the first exam. We got a lot more to go. So hey, y'all make sure y'all pull up on the next one. I'm gonna get out of here for right now. Salute to the chat. Y'all make sure y'all hit the like button on your way out if you haven't already. Share the content. And I'm gonna get out of here. I appreciate y'all for hitting the like button. We got 94 likes in here, so that shows me a lot. But salute to y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. Wickmade 912. See y'all later. We got 29 more to go. Out of all this time, but let's go.